EBO. ETHD. NAS. Uli. RZLV. Hollow.
BTCT.
Uli. Uli. ZCMD.
NBTS.
Hollow. GNS.
AVGO.
BTCT.
BTCT. ULE. BTCT.
Uli. Big spread.
BTCT.
BTCT. Uli. BTCT.
NVDA.
Uli.
BTCT. Coin.
BTCT.
Coin.
SATL.
NVDA. NVDL.
NAS. Uli.
NVTS. NVDA.
Uli.
NVDA.
Watch the spread.
NVDA.
Uli. Big spread.
CIFR.
Uli.
PLTR.
Uli. GNS. AISP. RZLV. RGC. Watch the spread.
PLTR.
RZLV.
PLTR. TSLA.
RGC. Watch the spread. ZCMD.
BCRX BioCryst Pharmaceuticals faces FDA review extension for pediatric Orladeyo application. New target date set for December 2025. That's Bravo Charlie Romeo X-ray BCRX.
Uli. RGC. Watch the spread. CTOR.
NVDA. Vine. Wolf. SGMO.
INM. Uli.
GIS General Mills reporting 74 cents. The estimate was
GNS.
71 cents. That's a beat. Sales of 4.6 billion. The estimate 4.587 billion. That's Gulf India
Yuli.
Sandy. WGO Winnebago reporting 81 cents. The estimate was 79 cents. So that's a beat. Revenue 775 million. The estimate 774.8 million. So that's a beat for Whiskey Golf Oscar.
RGC. Big spread. CTOR. GNS.
STAA
DTIL.
Star Surgical naming a new CFO, Sandy Tango Alpha Alpha.
RZLV.
ITRM, Iterum Therapeutics, announcing publication of Reassure trial in New England Journal of Medicine
SRFM.
evidence. That's India Tango Romeo Michael.
ALLR.
DTIL, Precision Biosciences receives
RGC.
FDA rare
Watch
pediatric
the
disease
spread.
designation for PB gene DMD to treat Duchenne's muscular
DTIL.
dystrophy. That's Delta Tango.
DTIL.
India Lima shares
C.
moving on that. DTIL. Precision Biosciences.
DTIL.
You are now
DTIL.
$6.75 on that news.
DTIL.
More than $2.
DTIL.
Continuing here, $7 now
DTIL.
on
IB.
Delta Tango India Lima. PRZO Parazero begins compliance with NASDAQ minimum
Yuli.
bid price rule. Papa Romeo Zulu Oscar.
ULY.
A
Yuli. Evo.
raising its quarterly dividend a penny from 60 to 61 cents. That's GIS Gulf India Sandy. VKTX Viking Therapeutics announcing initiation of phase 3 obesity clinical program with GLP-1
SGMO.
GIP agonist, the
Yuli.
VK2735. That's Victor Kilo Tango X-ray.
Yuli.
NBDL. NBDA.
Yuli.
NBDL. NBDA. NBDL.
Yuli.
NBDA. NBDL.
Yuli.
TGL. NBDA. NBDA.
Yuli.
NBDA.
AQST, Aquestive Therapeutics, to present data from pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic
Evo.
studies of
NBDL.
anaphyllum sublingual film
Yuli.
NBDA.
at Food Allergy Summit.
Yuli.
That's Alpha Quebec Sandy
NBDL.
Tango,
NBDL.
AQST.
Yuli. Yuli.
NBDL.
FOLD, Amicus Therapeutics, announced
Yuli.
approval of Pombility
NBDA.
plus Opfolda in Japan, Foxtrot Oscar Lima
NBDL.
Delta.
PLTR. NBDL.
DTIL. DTIL.
PLTR. NBDR. PLTR.
CTOR.
PLTR. 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 DTIL.
BLNE. DTIL.
NBDL. NBDA. NBDL.
FUTU.
JYNT, Joint Corporation signs binding agreement to sell 31 corporate clinics in Arizona and New
NVDA.
Mexico and to acquire regional developer rights
NVDL.
in Northwest region and refranchises 5 corporate clinics in Kansas City region. That's JYNT.
NVDL. SGMO.
DTIL.
CALC, Calsa Medica, announcing publication in American Journal of Nephrology discussing design and rationale of Phase 2 courage trial of Oxora in AK1 with respiratory failure. That's Charlie Alpha Lima Charlie. CALC.
NAS.
LASC, Laser Photonics, regains
Yuli.
NASDAQ compliance for annual filing requirement. That's Lima Alpha Sandy Echo.
DTIL.
NVDA.
EVO. GNS. FUTU.
CLCO. MCTR. LCID.
TIGR.
TSMC, TSMC
Yuli.
unit to issue $10 billion of stock to counter
Yuli.
Forex swings. That from Bloomberg. That's Tango Sandy Michael.
CTOR. RZLV. ULY. Yuli. EVO. Yuli.
Yuli.
Yuli. Yuli. Yuli. RZLV. ULY. Yuli.
Earn.
Coin.
CONL. CONL. CONL.
Yuli.
CONL. CONL.
Coin.
CONL. Coin.
RGC. Big
It's
spread.
not a hobby. It's your empire.
Yuli.
CONL. Coin.
Coin.
DTIL.
JEPQ.
DTIL. RZLV.
Coin.
CONL. CONL.
Coin.
CONL.
DTIL.
SOXX. Coin.
Coin.
SOXX. NVDL. Coin. Coin. AVGO.
Coin.
CONL. SOXX. NVDL. NVDL. CONL. NVDA. CONL. AVGO. Coin. AVGO.
Coin.
CONL. Coin.
Coin.
CONL.
NAS.
Coin.
CONL.
Coin.
CONL. TQQQ.
Coin.
DTIL.
CONL. KLTO. Coin. Coin. SEDG.
DTIL. FUTU. CTOR. DTIL.
SEDG.
DTIL. BLNE.
Riot.
GNS. FUTU. DTIL. EBO. Yuli.
Riot.
FUTU.
Run.
EBO.
Yuli. TSLL.
QS.
TSLL.
DTIL. DTIL.
TSLA. TSLA. TSLA.
NAS. EYEN.
TSLA. TSLA.
EYEN. MTC. EYEN. DTIL. DTIL. Yuli. RZLV.
TSLL.
DTIL. DTIL. DTIL.
CONL.
DTIL.
DTIL.
DTIL. DTIL.
DTIL, Precision Bioscience, moving again now. Shares off the highs. Delta Tango India Lima.
ULY.
SUP, Superior Industries, receives NYSE delisting notice and the uniform number.
DTIL. DTIL. DTIL.
coin, CONL,
CONL. Coin.
CONL, CONL, coin, CONL,
DTIL. CTOR. DTIL. DTIL. DTIL.
Tesla at the pre-market high now. Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
run,
GNS.
TSLA.
L, TSLA,
NAS.
ASTS. AST Space
PRTG.
Mobile share is moving to the lowest 48.68, down about $4.50 after the company announced a $225 million convertible notes repurchase and stock offering of 9.4 million shares. That's Alpha Sandy
Yuli.
Tango Sandy.
Yuli. DTIL. Yuli. GNS. Yuli. DTIL. Yuli. DTIL. Yuli.
PRTG,
SRFM. PRTG. RZLV. PRTG.
KIN,
PRTG.
AISP, KIN,
PRTG.
PRTG.
PRTG. Big spread.
PRTG. Shares popping to $8.56 at the high. Company regained compliance with NASDAQ continued listing requirement. Papa Romeo Tango Golf.
PRTG. AISP.
TSLL, TSLA, KIN,
PRTG,
PRTG,
AISP,
PRTG,
Hollow,
QMCO,
PRTG,
PRTG,
QS, Uli, PRTG, PRTG, RZLV, PRTG, DTIL, GNS, DTIL, DTIL, PRFX,
PRFX,
GNS,
TSLA, TSLA,
TSLA,
PRFX, GNS,
PRFX, TSLA,
LL,
Coin,
TSLA, TSLA, TQQQ, CONL,
Coin.
CONL,
Coin.
CONL,
PRFX, QS, Uli,
PRFX,
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 PRFX, PRTG,
PRFX, PRFX,
PRFX,
NVDA,
CAN,
NVDL, 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 RGTI, NVDL,
NVDL,
QMCO,
Uli.
QMCO,
Uli, Uli,
CONL,
QMCO,
Coin,
CONL, QMCO, CONL,
Uli.
CONL, QMCO,
NVDA,
GNS,
NVDA,
PRTG,
TQQQ, NVDL, NVDA,
TSLA,
TSLA,
PRTG, CTOR,
TSLA,
TSLL, NVDL,
TSLA,
TSL,
DTIL,
CONL,
CONL,
DTIL,
Coin,
Uli,
Coin,
CONL,
PRTG,
CONL, coin,
Uli, PRTG,
QMCO,
CONL.
NAS,
Coin,
DTIL, DTIL, DTIL,
Coin.
CONL.
PWM, DTIL, DTIL,
NBIS,
DTIL.
NBIS.
RGC, Big Spread, ULY, PWM, DTIL,
PWM,
MTC,
Calc,
ULY, PWM,
RGTI,
PRTG,
AISP, NBIS, NBIS, NBIS,
PWM. TWM.
PRTG, ULY,
TSLL,
TSLA. TSLA.
ULY,
NBIS,
TSLA. TSLA.
PWM,
PWM. NBIS.
ULY, GNS,
NKTR.
NBIS, NKTR, CIFR,
NBIS. NKTR. NKTR.
RZLV,
NKTR, Nectar Therapeutics at the pre-market high now. 26.28.
EBO, ULY, 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 RGC, DTIL, DTIL,
SKYX,
PRTG, 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 SRFM,
FDX.
RZLV, PRTG,
FDX.
FDX. TQQQ. TQQQ.
PRTG.
PSTV, low price stock getting some volume here. Papa Sandy Tango
ONDS.
Victor.
FDX.
DAKT, Daktronics reporting. Delta Alpha Kilo Tango.
PRFX.
FDX.
ONDS.
PSTV with
FDX.
FDA News. Plus Therapeutics announcing FDA clearance of its investigational NDA using Ray Obeek for treatment of childhood brain cancer. That's Papa Sandy Tango Victor.
TQQQ.
Daktronics, DAKT,
TSLT.
loss of 19 cents. The estimate was 13 cents in earnings. That's Delta Alpha Kilo Tango.
LAES.
TQQQ.
MULN.
AVGO.
IONS, Ionis
TQQQ.
Pharmaceuticals announcing phase 1 results for Selenersen,
TQQQ.
advancing to registrational studies for SMA treatment. That's
TSLL.
India, Oscar, November, Sandy.
TSLT.
That's IONS.
App. App. NBTS.
ONDS.
RGTI.
PSTV shares continuing to pop here now.
The sprinkler
about
system is
11
set to twice
cents.
a week.
Papa Sandy Tango Victor.
Yuli. 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 SRFM. Yuli.
NVDL. TSLL.
WRD.
Ken.
QSI.
PSTV continuing to pop here now, 32 cents.
PRTG. SRFM.
TSLA, TSLA,
TSLA. Run.
NVDA,
TSLA, 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 TSL,
DTIL. WRD. SRFM. DTIL.
AVGO,
PRTG.
TSLA,
TSLA, TSLL,
AVGO,
QS. NAS.
NVDL,
AVGO,
DTIL. 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 DTIL.
TSM,
TSM,
TSM, TSM, TSM, NVDL,
TSLA,
TSLA,
DTIL.
IRBT,
AVGO,
UMAC,
UMAC.
SMCX,
RZLV.
UMAC,
UMAC, FDX,
UMAC. RZLV.
PLTR,
CTOR. CTOR. Wolf.
KIN,
BZFD,
PSTV, FDX,
PSTV. RZLV.
RGTI, SMCX,
TIGR.
PLTR. UMAC.
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. When I
Can
choose
AC.
to invest in a company, it's because I see the potential for growth.
All right, let's bring in Mike Tobin, who is live in Tel Aviv with the latest on the ground. Mike, good morning.
TSLA. FDX.
Good morning. We have both the
AVGO,
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin
TSLA,
Netanyahu and the
RGTI,
Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian
UMAC,
claiming victory now in this first full
NVDA,
day in which the
NVDA,
ceasefire appears to be
TSLL,
holding.
AVGO.
Now, you just
UMAC.
Way.
just heard from President Trump saying that the Iranian nuclear program has been set back, has been devastated, has been obliterated, to kind of paraphrase his words. But the contrary reporting that they're referring to, we've got that information.
SMCI.
QBTS. TIGR.
Through the Reuters news agency, citing U.S. intelligence officials saying that the Iranian nuclear program was set back a matter of months, not years. Still, in light of that, you have the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claiming victory, saying two existential threats to the Jewish state have been removed: the Iranian nuclear program, and that he claims that they have decimated the ballistic missile arsenal that belonged to Iran. Here's the Prime Minister.
Citizens of Israel, on your behalf, I thank my friend President Trump and the United States for their part in the defense of Israel and in removing the Iranian nuclear threat. The participation of the U.S. in the campaign, not only organizationally, but also offensively, is a historic event.
Buyback.
Now, the war in Gaza continues, and Israel suffered a setback there. 7 soldiers have been killed. They were operating in a Puma armored vehicle, which is pretty much just an old British Challenger tank with the turret removed. A Palestinian managed to attach a bomb to that vehicle and detonate it, killing the soldiers inside. 50 Israeli hostages are still believed to be held in the Gaza Strip, and 20 of them are believed to be alive. Carly and Todd.
All right, Mike Tobin live for us. Mike, thank you. Let's bring in former Navy submariner, naval defense expert, and senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, Brian Clark. Brian, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And speaking of the Navy, U.S. Navy subs launched 30 Tomahawk missiles as part of the Iranian strike, Operation Midnight Hammer. So what do you think about the president's assessment of the success of that mission that we just heard?
Well, I think these intel reports are often pretty preliminary, right? So the first time you look at it, you're going to make a really rough assessment of what might have happened. And I think the strike was obviously successful, obviously caused a lot of damage. Obviously, I took away the ability to access those facilities and probably damaged them significantly underground. So I think that's sort of a given. Everybody agrees to that. I think the question is, how long did this delay the program? And I think a lot of the initial assessments are based on the fact that the uranium is still around and then maybe got moved somewhere else. But there's a big difference between having somewhat enriched uranium in a pile somewhere and having the ability to translate that into a bomb.
Well, one of the big things that will come out of this NATO summit this morning is, of course, the 5% increase in NATO defense spending for all 32 nations, that 5% of their GDP. How significant is that in terms of weapons that money will be spent towards? And how much stronger do you think the NATO alliance will be as a result of this increased spending?
Well, it's huge. I mean, you think about most of these NATO countries have been barely getting to 2% of GDP. So this is almost a doubling of the money they spend on their military. And then they're, in addition to that, spending 1.5% of GDP on infrastructure and cybersecurity and some of the other resilience initiatives that are needed to be able to defend against a nearby threat like Russia. So it's a huge increase, and it will cause those militaries to be a lot stronger. I think it'll be particularly impressive to see the level of redundancy that we'll get in Europe. I think some people say redundancy is bad, but in the military sense, it's usually good because you have more capacity then. And I think one of the things this will do is allow the NATO countries to maybe be able to combine their efforts and be able to have more capacity to address the Russian threat instead of having to specialize in one or two military disciplines.
Yeah, and right now I'm thinking back to March 4th when President Trump made those comments before Congress, and he promised to establish a new Office of Shipbuilding within the White House, revitalize the industry and bolster American Navy strength. How are we doing on that front?
It's doing pretty well. I was impressed with the office's actions to start the gears turning in terms of regulatory changes that start to incentivize companies to move into the shipbuilding industry. We've already seen some investment in U.S. shipyards. So Hanwha Industries, which is a Korean company, has invested and bought the Philly shipyard. That shipyard is now looking at building out commercial ships. There's a huge amount of money going into the U.S. Navy shipbuilding effort through this reconciliation bill. So definitely a lot of movement in shipbuilding. I would say we're going to see somewhat of a renaissance in U.S. shipbuilding. The only question is, can we sustain it, and will there be a demand for these ships on the part of companies that do shipping operations?
And going back for the past 2 weeks now, with the Iranian military being, I guess the key word of the day is decimated in terms of their military leaders. What is your assessment of Iranian military capability right now?
It's pretty much completely destroyed, I guess. Right now, there's very little of Iranian military left. Iran's military consists of the military force, the traditional military, and that's largely been destroyed by virtue of Israel's attacks. And then there's also this Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the special operations part of the military, and it's been damaged to quite an extent. It's unclear exactly how far down it is, but both sides of the military have been pretty much decimated, and there's not much of it left. And the question now is, Iran is going to lash out with its proxies, but doesn't really have the ability to defend its own territory. And so how far does it go, knowing that it's pretty much undefended right now?
Very good insight. And the NATO Secretary General congratulated President Trump on the strike. It is certainly something that will be discussed throughout the whole entire day during this NATO summit in the Netherlands. Brian Clark, thank you for joining us.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Backbone was originally founded based on how we thought the future of gaming would unfold. We believed that one day, great games would be available on any screen.
DTIL.
NVDA. PLTR. F.
THIO. THIO.
CRWV. PLTU.
PHIO. RZLV.
CMND, Clear Mind, enrolls first patient in its clinical trial for alcoholism
NVDL.
treatment.
AVGO.
That's Charlie Michael November Delta.
AVGO. NVTS. NVDL. NVDL. AVGO.
NVIDIA shares are
TSLA.
now at the highs,
TSLA.
149.38. November Victor Delta Alpha.
TSLA.
NVIDIA.
TSLA. TSLA. DFDVQ.
Of $1.50 now in the pre-market.
NVDL.
November Victor
SMH.
Delta Alpha.
TSLA. TSLA. TSLL. TSM.
PRTG.
NVDA. NVDL. TVDR. CRWV. CRWV. TSLA. TSLR. TSLA. TSM.
EJH.
CRWV.
DTIL. DTIL.
IONQ. NVDL, TSLL, XBP, NVDL.
PHIO.
You've got the business.
Let's check this out.
We've got the Verizon business experts.
Oh.
And together, magic happens.
And you're all set.
Let's team up and find the right solutions for your business.
TSLA.
We're taking a look at, ooh, I like that. Shares of Microsoft are a bit lower. Unclear whether, in fact, that's due to this latest story in the Wall Street Journal. Sort of details, well, I guess, would have to be considered increasing tension between the two parties who have been partners for, of course, quite some time. Microsoft providing so much of the initial capital that allowed for the compute that allowed OpenAI to create and get ChatGPT going, but you know, there's a lot of growing tension between the two that is detailed in the Journal story. We talked a bit about it earlier, Sarah, but you know, I've been able to do a bit of reporting since then, and apparently a number of the hot buttons, they're not necessarily about, as it transitions to this public benefit corporation, what's Microsoft's ownership going to be? That's certainly not unimportant, but hot buttons are more about who gets which IP when and the exclusivity to it. And that, of course, was an important part of their agreement as well. Microsoft obviously granted that exclusivity. But things about coding or products or when they reach, if they ever do, so-called AGI. You know, what can you use and when? What does Microsoft get? What don't they? What is ChatGPT going to be able to bring to the market without having to worry about Microsoft? That certainly is something they're trying to work through right now, is my understanding. And it's not easy. Not easy, as you might expect.
Is there a possibility they could break up?
You know, I haven't heard that, but it's certainly they're certainly moving further apart. And if they do succeed in this capital restructuring, you know, that'll be another sort of move potentially apart. But the hope is they can resolve where things stand in terms of the IP and who has the exclusivity. And when. But they are still in the midst, of course, of creating that new capital stack, so to speak, as we say, as they potentially transition to this public benefit corporation, which will have an impact on existing shareholders and on Microsoft and SoftBank as well. The money that went in there is dependent upon it to a certain extent in terms of how it's treated in the capital structure. So no shortage of complexity.
Crude is up 43 cents at $64.80. Natural gas is down 2 cents at $3.52. Gold is up 370 at 33.3760. Bitcoin futures up 15.95 at 107,340.
PLTR,
DTIL.
NVDL,
BTAI,
DTIL, PLTR, NVDL. IONQ. AVGO. PLTR.
OKLO.
SMH.
QS.
TAM. PLTU.
ULE.
PLTR. CRWV.
ULE. ULE.
IONQ.
ULE. ULE.
PLTU. ARM. CRWV. CRWV. CRWV.
CVSA. BLNA.
PLTR. ZVSA. 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 ZVSA.
DTIL.
ZVSA. Sophie.
ZBSA. 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 PHIO.
PLTR. CRWV.
GNS.
CRWV. BTAI. CRWV.
ZBSA.
CRWV. PLTR. PLTR. PLTU. IBIT. SOXX.
ZBSA.
PLTR. SMH. ARM.
ZBSA.
Run.
ZBSA.
CRWV. IBIT, QBTS. CRWV.
How's Nuvia changed my life? In many ways, actually. Improved my health, improved my self-confidence.
SMH,
ZBSA.
CRWV.
Yuli.
CRWV. RKLB.
EYEN.
Indy. RKLB. JEPQ. RKLB. RKLB.
DTIL.
RKLB.
ZBSA.
RKLB.
TMC. BLNE. ZBSA.
CIFR, SOXX. CLSK, TSLR. Indy.
SRFM. STLA. GNIMD. FTEK. CTOR. PRTG. DTILNE. DTIL. TMC.
IONQ. NAKA.
NAKA. OKLO.
IONQ. RKLB. TMCWDDT. RKLB. IONQ. Sophie.
AIMD.
Stocks jumping ahead of the closing bell. The S&P 500 is
ULIT.
closing in on an all-time high here as oil prices slide again. For more on the latest moves as the tentative ceasefire in the Middle East has sparked a rally in risk assets. Let's welcome in Michael Aroni, Chief Investment Strategist at State Street Global Advisors, which has over $4.5 trillion in assets under management. Michael, it is good to see you. So let's talk about these markets. Grinding higher, Michael. You know, the NASDAQ 100 set for a record here. It wasn't too long ago. It was early April. It was Liberation Day. The sky felt it like it was falling Michael. Run for your bunkers.
BLNE,
Beeline.
exclusive to Benzica, Beeline Holdings tells
First and
Benzica
foremost,
company
because Trump
subsidiary Beeline
backed
Title
off that
has
maximalist position
successfully
on
closed its
tariffs? Is
first
that what we
crypto
chalk
real
it up
estate
to?
transaction, the sale of cryptocurrency.
Josh, but
Company
I
is
think
backed by
it's
real
things.
property. That's
Certainly,
Bravo Lima,
investors have
November
clarity
Echo,
now in the Middle East tensions.
BLNG.
So investors at Clave Clarity, they now have
Very.
it based on Iran, Israel,
CONL.
etc. It's tentative moving forward. I think there's four things that
UCAR, Youth Power,
UCSI,
announcing
Silo,
official entry into Web 3.0.
SAFX,
That's Uniform Charlie Alpha
TMC.
Romeo.
UCO,
Very.
PHIO,
PHIO, PRTG,
TZUP,
NYNZ,
SOXL,
DTIL,
SNES, Sensitech, and Irvine
TSLL,
Campus Housing Authority conclude
NVTS,
successal field trial of
IBM,
Evolve
APLD,
Radperth
TIGR,
Control at UC Irvine. That's Sandy
LAES,
November Echo Sandy.
CONL,
SNES,
NAAS,
APLD,
GNS, EYEN,
GPUS, ET,
BLNE, PWM,
PLTD,
OBID,
TSLQ, WKHS, APLD,
MYNZ, VERI,
CXAI, HUBC, NVTS, SONM, MYNC,
MIRA, Mira
SRFM,
Pharmaceuticals, announcing new data underscoring potential of
TMC,
SKNY1.
SONM, DTIL,
That's Michael Indy Romeo Alpha.
PWM,
Indy, Sophie, Very,
PHIO, ZBSA,
DARE, DeRay Biosciences, receives NASDAQ panel approval for modified compliance
GNS,
plan.
TSLA,
NAAS,
Delta Alpha Romeo Echo.
NVTS, TSLA, PHIO, TSLG, ATLX,
SONM,
SRFM,
announcing
Run.
strategic
ULI,
PRTG,
SONM, Very,
ULI,
PRFX,
DTIL,
MIRA, Very,
HUBC, NVTS,
NYNZ,
NVTS,
partnership with
TSLM.
AI Factory to provide provider to drive growth in
APLD,
AI workloads.
APLD.
That's Sandy Oscar November Michael.
KIN, QQQI,
INM,
NAAS,
InMed Pharmaceuticals, secures $5 million through a private
NBTS.
placement with institutional investor.
CBSA.
That's Sandy
CXAI.
November Michael.
SONM, Very,
Very, very, very, very, BBVA, ARM,
BCDA,
PSTV.
BioCardia, announcing new patent application for Helix
NYNZ.
biotherapeutic delivery system. That's Bravo Charlie
Very.
Delta Alpha.
NBTS,
BCDA.
CREV, NVTS, ET,
VERI, SONM, PSTV, SONM,
NVTS,
VERI, ULI.
NVTS, PSTVN, ULI, IRN, TMC,
Serve.
NVTS,
MIRA.
NVTS,
PSTV, SONM, VERI,
BCDA, RIVN, FRT, TMC, NVTS,
ET and
PSTV.
CBX Energy Transfer says 20-year agreement for 1 million tons per annum increases Chevron's total contracted
RKLB.
volume from energy.
really have helped us.
PSTV.
One you mentioned. There's been improvement on trade. The most threatened trade outcomes are improving. That's a
MIRA.
good thing. Earnings are still
BTAI.
growing. It looks like the economy will avoid recession.
BTAI.
That's a second.
PRFX.
Now you have two Fed officials talk about cutting rates possibly as early as July.
TMC.
You're going to get some monetary stimulus. And finally, it's a huge week
PSTV.
for the one big
IRN.
beautiful bill. And now President Trump has some momentum, perhaps some unity with the GOP coming off
VERI.
of a foreign policy victory, that they can push this one big beautiful bill over the finish line, and that's fiscal stimulus. Fiscal stimulus, monetary stimulus, avoiding recession, improvement on trade, clarity on the Middle East. That's your rally, Josh.
Michael, let me ask you, you mentioned the Fed, and of course, Jay Powell was on Capitol Hill today for those lawmakers. Does the Fed need to cut, Michael, for this market to move higher? Because I've spoken to other strategists that posed that question, Michael, and they said no, it doesn't. Now, their argument was because what's driving the market here is not monetary policy. In their opinion, it was first and foremost tariffs, but curious to get your take.
So last time I was on, we chatted about this a little bit, and I believe that the Fed is behind the curve, and this could be one of the biggest threats to the rally. So two things, I think. One, I'm not sure tariffs are inflationary. Josh, auto tariffs of 25% have been in place since April 3rd. I can tell you this, auto prices are not going up. So I'm not bought into this idea that tariffs are automatically equal to inflation. If they're a tax, they reduce consumption. That can't be inflationary. The second thing is if the Fed is at 4.25, 4.5, and their preferred measure of inflation, which we get a new number on Friday, is at 2.5, they're pretty restrictive. They could cut rates 3 or 4 times and still be 1% above the current rate of inflation. So I do think that the Fed will need to cut as this economy slows and the labor market worsens later in the year for this rally to continue.
On tariffs, Michael, what do you say to those folks who say, listen, you know, the pain is yet to come. It just isn't showing up in the data yet. You know, you mentioned autos, they'll say, hey, listen, here's what's going on. People just went out and bought those cars ahead of the tariffs, but just you wait, they say. June, July, you're going to see it.
I think these are the same folks that believe that tariffs were inflationary back in 2018. The Fed was right there with them, alongside them, and that wasn't the result. Now, I get it. A lot's changed between now and then. But you can't describe tariffs as a tax and then tell me that they're inflationary. Those two things do not go together. So I just feel like, again, they ignore some of the offsets, some of the other things that are happening. The economy's cooling. I think the labor market will weaken. Oil prices are right back down into the 60s. Consumer confidence numbers, some of those soft data numbers are starting to show some challenges. So I think the fear of inflation is likely greater than the actual result. And for that, I think that was true in 2018, and I think it may be true again here in 2025.
You mentioned oil, Michael. I'm glad you brought that up because it is tumbling again today. I'm just looking at WTI. We're down another 6% here. You've been banged back down to 64 and change. How much is that? How much is that a tailwind for the market? How much does that explain the green on my screen here with the popular averages?
I'm not sure it's the price of oil exactly, but I do think this is a proxy or barometer for tensions in the Middle East. And I do think that the greatest fears headed into this week, following some of that tension, some of the military actions there, was that oil would have a runaway price to 100. Now, obviously, we saw a bit of a spike. It did touch 80, and now it's back down into the 60s. This suggests to me that the demand for oil, the appetite for oil is kind of modest. And ultimately, again, this is a signal to me of a global economy that's growing, but not growing at a breakneck pace, which again is why I think that the Federal Reserve needs to be very careful here in terms of their next move.
So we talked the economy, we talked Fed, Michael. Let's add it up, give viewers some places to put their money to work. Where are the opportunities in your opinion?
So we continue to like technology. We understand that it's a bit pricey, a little bit of a momentum trade, but here's the thing. You got to go where the earnings growth is, and technology is where the earnings growth is. Now, we do prefer to move beyond the Mag 7. We think that companies that spend the most may not be those that end up benefiting the most. And oftentimes, Josh, we know in technology, it's all the companies that kind of glom onto that spending, find something to do a bit better, more efficient, a cooler product, a cheaper way to do it, and ultimately are the winners. So we like tech beyond the Mag 7, kind of a more equally weighted tech leaders exposure, high earnings growth, AI phenomenon. We still like that from that perspective. We also think financials will benefit given the fact that the economy is going to avoid recession. And with all this trading activity, we think that should boost some of the earnings of the Morgan Stanleys, the Goldmans, the JP Morgans, and the like. And you may even get some deals, M&A and IPO activity to tick up later in the year if we get some clarity on trade, M&A, monetary policy, fiscal policy, and the like.
Michael, always great to see you on the show. Thank you for joining us.
Josh, my pleasure. Good to see you.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you could access up to $150,000 of capital for free at 0% interest rate.
SONM. UAVS.
TMCWW.
SONM. SONM.
WRD.
CTOR. NAAS.
SONM.
SONM. PRFX. SONM.
TSM.
SONM.
CTOR.
DTIL.
SONM. SONM. TSMX. SONM.
CTSH, Cognizant expands Salesforce partnership with new offerings for Agent Force. That's Charlie Tango Sandy Hotel.
PRFX.
DTIL.
TSM.
SONM. SONM.
WRD. PRTG.
SONM.
SONM.
DTIL.
TSM.
SONM.
KOLD.
QS.
TSMX. GGLL. EOSE. mRNA. MRVL.
You pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses.
Joining us now, Carol Schleif, BMO, Private Wealth Chief Market Strategist. Hey, Carol, it's good to see you. The way that the Journal summarized what Powell told lawmakers yesterday, it's kind of indicative of, I think, what we're talking about. He said, yeah, recent economic data would have likely justified some cuts, good cuts, I think, because of inflation, not necessarily because of bad reasons for weakness. However, higher tariffs might derail the Fed's fight against inflation. So it's all about whether you believe, and not everyone does, it's whether you believe that tariffs could sort of be a self-replicating problem instead of a one-shot deal. Waller says he's not even sure that it happens the first time, much less that it feeds into something bigger. How do you feel? Do we need to be wary of tariffs?
I think that they've gotten
pretty overblown. And it's important to remember that 70% of our economy is services based, and these tariffs so far are just on goods. And granted, even the goods producers, it may filter back through, but it's really unknown. And Chair Powell did a great job at last week's press conference from the FOMC, laying out at this point, we don't know who's going to pay it, if anyone's going to pay it, how it's going to filter through the system. And that said, the economic data they feel gives the in aggregate they feel, even though there's some dissension on the committee right now, they feel that they have enough room to be able to be patient and let this play out. And to Chair Powell's comments too, both yesterday and last week, they think they'll get more data and a better read as we come into the summer. And we're right around the corners from earnings season, so hopefully we'll hear more from companies about how those tariffs that are already out there are, how they're dealing with those.
Right. Well, what do you think the neutral rate is? That was another thing. There's a lot of dissension on that, too. But if it's 3%, we are obviously too high. The only thing that I think could come back to burn Chair Powell is that if your eye was on inflation because of how you got burnt last time, and you really were sort of biased that way because of what happened, and you're missing the bigger elephant in the room, which is a possible slowdown from the uncertainty, then you're going to be late. You're going to be late, and you're just going to be cutting after there's already a problem. But I guess we haven't seen necessarily any signs that there is weakness at this point. Maybe that's not something to worry about. Maybe neither thing is something to worry about.
I think that's the obsession with the Fed actually distracts us from looking at the economic data, and the economic data has been pretty solid. Granted, the inflation data, the CPI and PPI, were much tamer than people had expected, yet economic growth has been sturdier than people expected too, and we just haven't seen broad translation through of tariffs yet. And granted, there's been lots of fits and starts with the tariffs. Some are still out there, more are coming, and I think that's the piece. But the obsession with when the Fed's going to cut, whether it's July or September, we still think directionally the Fed is going to cut at some point this year, whether it's July or September. Not sure why the markets are leaning into a cut so much, because keep in mind, when the Fed was cutting before, it didn't do anything to help. It actually ended up harming those intermediate and longer term rates. And one of the other things that the bond market wants to watch is what happens with the one big beautiful bill and what the price tag is on it, because that will impact those longer rates probably more than the Fed cutting the short rates.
Maybe. I don't know. We had 4 years of stuff that should have scared the bejesus out of the bond market, and it didn't. I don't know if this is anything worse than what we already what we already saw. Wouldn't it be great if the stagflation worries, if we didn't have stag or inflation, and that we were wrong, all those concerns, and we had a low inflation, solid growth environment? But if we do have that, and if it continues, then you got to give credit to Jay Powell, I think, and the Fed.
Well, there's that piece of it, but the equity markets are definitely leaning into the fact they suspect growth is going to be higher, inflation is going to be more containable. And the other thing we can't forget is how resilient our businesses have been. They've been living with tariffs since 2018. They had pandemic in there. Everyone talks about clarity, but our businesses really haven't had clarity for close to a decade, and yet they figured out how to navigate around it, and they're sitting there waiting. You're seeing it in the IPO markets, you're seeing it in the M&A markets, that there are deals wanting to be done. And if the government in particular can change the narrative to focus on the tax-friendly aspects of the one big beautiful bill that are favorable to expansion here and M&A plans and R&D, and focus as well on some of the growth-oriented aspects of removing regulation, speeding up permitting, you could easily unleash a cycle that supports a little bit higher growth, but in a less inflationary way, especially as we roll out technology and artificial intelligence and robotics and all the other things that go along.
Maybe we don't yet fully appreciate, like with the internet, how AI is really going. So many things it's going to affect. And maybe it is really bullish, but maybe we should be buying lounge chairs and companies that make those little fans.
Well, definitely
and,
with the
and Netflix and Netflix, because we're all going to be
Netflix and chilling.
Yeah, we're all going to be watching TV, sitting outside, and with in the lounge. Or maybe none of us are going to be working at that point. I don't know.
Well, some of us will still be working.
Want to get rid of this visceral fat? Check this out.
This is how to get in shape fast.
What is the best way to lose this central obesity? Some people call it belly fat.
I'm gonna drink lime ginger.
WLDS. SONM.
Indy.
PSTV.
CONL. CONL. Coin. CONL. CONL. PSTV.
QS.
JBLU.
WLDS. GRYP.
Coin.
ULCC.
WLDS. Coin.
PSTV.
WLDS.
WLDS, wearable devices
WLDS.
announcing advances AI health monitoring platform
CRW.
as USHHS embraces wearable tech.
WLDS. WLDS.
BMBL, Bumble announcing workforce reduction amid strategic reorganization
WLDS.
efforts. That's Bravo Michael Bravo Lima, BMBL.
PSTV. Yuli.
CRWLD. JBLU. CRDO. CRDO.
Bumble share is popping here on that news.
BMBL.
Coin.
CONL. 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 PSTV. CONL.
PSTV. DTIL.
CRWV.
CTOR.
KOLD. CONL. ENPH. BGFV. CONL.
WLDS.
CONL. CONL. Coin. SEDG.
WLDS.
CONL. 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 Coin. CONL. Coin.
WLDS.
BMBL. ENPH.
RZLV.
Bumble now at 574.
BMBL.
53 cents on that workforce
BMBL.
reduction.
BMBL.
Continuing to pop here now. BMBL.
GRC. GRYP. CONL. GRYP. IOBT. BMBL.
BMBL.
CRWV. CRWV.
SONM. BMBL. BMBL.
BMBL. SEDG. Indy. CONL. Vero.
NAS.
CRWV.
BMBL.
Indy. WVE. Kerr. CONL.
SONM.
Teva.
BMBL.
PL. CONL. KOPN. BMBL.
BMBL.
CONL. 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 AVAV. Coin.
BMBL.
Coin. BMBL. BMBL.
BMBL.
CONL. 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 Coin. Coin. Gooksel. CONL. Gooksel. CONL. MNKD. CONL.
SONM.
INDI.
WLDS.
PL.
QS.
SEDG. PL.
SONM.
PLTR.
NATO leaders have
QS.
endorsed an historic plan to boost defense
PLTR.
spending. They've agreed to increase defense spending to
PL.
5% of GDP and renew their commitment to mutual defense in an historic move that comes at a time of an
INDI.
increasingly belligerent Russia. That's via Bloomberg.
QS.
PYPL.
SONM. SONM.
Again.
SONM.
COIN, that is Coinbase,
Coin.
watching a big rise, pre-market up 4.27%
CONL. Indy.
on decent volume to
CONL.
$359.53 a share. That is Charlie
SONM.
Oscar India November, COIN.
Coin. PLTR.
The sprinkler
ABAB.
system is set
Coin.
to twice a week.
Silo.
Silo.
Setting your system to twice a week. Now that's a water savings technique.
SONM.
That's right, folks. During the summertime, logs need less water than you
EMBL
think.
also
Considering
watching
the
global
safety make a
shares
big
rise
difference
as
on
they
our
have
bill.
said they're going to reduce
And
the
that's
size
the water savings scoop
of their
from Citizens
workforce.
Energy Group.
SONM.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
Silo.
Bravo Lima, BMBL.
PSTV. OKLO.
CDTX.
Silo.
AVAV. CDTX.
SONM. PSTV.
AVAV. CGTX.
CURR, that's current
PYPL,
group.
AYPL.
Seeing a big rise pre-market as well, up 19.7%. to 67 cents a share. No news today.
AVAV.
Yesterday they were trading higher after they partnered with Galaxy Payroll Group to jointly create AI-powered human resources
RGTX.
solutions.
CDTX.
See a big rise though for CURR pre-market today, up
CDTX.
almost 20%. That is Charlie Uniform Romeo Romeo CURR.
SRFM. UBX. QS.
PYPL. Kerr.
HOTH, that's Hoth Therapeutics.
Kerr.
They have,
Kerr.
along with
FT
Silo
Market.
Pharma, announced the
Kerr.
formation of a 50-50
DRCT. Kerr.
joint venture to develop a first-in-class
Kerr.
GDNF-based
RGTI.
therapy license for the U.S.
Kerr.
Department of Veterans Affairs. Therapy
Kerr.
will target obesity and fatty
Kerr.
liver disease. Seeing a little volume spike, shares up
RGTI.
2.34% to $1.31 a share.
RGTX.
That is Hotel
BLA.
Oscar Tango Hotel.
BBAI.
Now seeing shares reverse a little bit
RGTI.
and bump right back
PYPL.
up.
RZLV.
Once again, that is
PSTV.
Hotel Oscar Tango Hotel.
RCAT.
OFAL. RKLB. PLTU.
CURR.
And SILO, the other part of that deal, Silo Pharmacy, and their shares jump 17.66% to 66 cents a share. That is Sierra, India, Lima, Oscar, SILO.
IONX.
SONM.
NCRA. B. OK.
SRFM. Indy. CURR. EDU. Watch the spread.
RGTX. RKLB.
Indy.
RKLB. RGTX. HYLN.
OKLO.
AVAV. AVAV. PWR.
BMBL.
CAH. RKLB.
GCTK.
AVAV. AVAV.
CURR. FTRK. OKLO.
GCTK.
SONM. BBAI.
CURR. AVAV.
OKLO.
PYPL. RKLBTK. ECX.
OKLO. RSLS. CURR. SONM. FTRK.
RSLS.
SONM.
OKLO. OKLO.
RSLS.
OKLO.
SRFM. SONM.
OKLO.
GCTK. Big spread. SRFM. FTRK.
RKLB. ECX.
GCTK.
RKLB.
SRFM. Big spread.
ITRG.
OKLO.
BTQQF. RKLB.
GCTK. KER.
KER.
PSTV.
RKT. KER. GCTK.
GCTK. Big spread.
CLCO. KER.
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 GCTK.
GCTK. GCTK. GCTK. GCTK. GCTK.
GCTK.
GCTK. SNES.
SILO. BMBL. SRFM. OKLO.
AVAV. Indy.
SRFM. GCTK.
AVAV.
SONM.
RMNI. AVAV. AVAV.
OKLO.
SONM.
GCTK. OKLO. ECX. SONM. SONM. SONM.
Building permits month-over-month May minus 2.0%.
SONM.
Estimate was minus 2.0%, and prior was
GCTK.
minus 4.0%. Also, building permits May 1.394 million. Estimate was 1.393 million. Prior was 1.422 million.
GCTK. RGTX.
SRFM. SONM. SONM. SONM.
SONM.
SONM. SONM.
SONM. MNKD.
XHLD. XHLD.
AISP. RGTX. RGTX.
SONM. SONM.
MSAI. RGTX.
BMBL. SONM.
DDD.
SONM. SONM.
SONM.
SONM.
SONM. SILO.
FTFT.
SONM. Yuli.
RGTI. RGTX. MNKD. OKLO. RGTX. RGTX.
SONM. GCTK.
SONM.
SONM. SONM.
RGTX.
GCTK.
DPRO.
GNS. RSLS.
RSLS.
OKLO.
SILO and HOTF. TH, excuse me, Silo Pharma has entered into a letter of intent for a joint venture with Hoff Therapeutics to develop obesity treatment targeting the $16 billion global market that is Sierra, India, Lima,
GCTK.
Oscar, and Hotel, Oscar, Tango Hotel.
GCTK.
Silo and Hoff.
RSLS.
Hood.
GCTK. OKLO.
OKLO.
SONM.
Teva.
SONM.
OKLO. IONX. OKLO. ECX.
CURR.
OKLO. OKLO.
GCTK, that's Glucotrax, still watching that rise pre-market up now 31% to $8.22 a share, and the company and 1-2 Analytics present final results of their first in-human study for continuous blood glucose monitor, which met all primary and secondary endpoints now up almost 32%.
OKLO.
That is 32%.
Hood. Good.
That is Golf Charlie Tango Kilo GCTK.
OKLO. CURR.
IONQ. ECX. OKLO. Googsol. Hood. Hood. Hood.
Yuli.
Hood.
OKLO.
OKLO. OKLO.
Yuli.
OKLO. OKLO. IONX. Hood. OKLO. Hood.
ULY. Yuli. CURR. OKLO.
OKLO. GCTS. Hood. SONM. OKLO. OKLO.
OKLO.
OKLO. OKLO. OKLO. OKLO.
OKLO.
ECX.
GCTK.
OKLO.
OKLO.
OKLO. OKLO.
IONQ.
OKLO.
OKLO. SRFM.
ECX. ARQQ.
OKLO. GCTK.
OKLO, that's Oklo, seeing a spike up 3.05%.
SONM.
$62.60 a share pre-market. They did announce
GGLL.
a collaboration with Hexium
QS.
and Terra Power
GCTK.
with the goal of accelerating domestic value
GGLL.
enrichment.
Good
Oscar
QQ.
Kilo Lima Oscar OKLO.
GCTK.
OKLO. GGLL. PODC.
GCTK. OKLO.
OKLO. PLTU. OKLO.
OKLO.
GGLL. PLTR. Northeast. LTBR. HUD.
GCTK.
ECX. PLTU.
GCTK.
Northeast.
GNS.
Sono. OKLO.
GCTK. GCTK.
Hood.
GCTK.
Hood.
GCTK. SRFM.
Hood. Hood.
GCTK.
CLS.
BMBL. GCTK. GCTK. GCTK.
GCTK. ECX.
GCTK. BMBL FWD. GCTK.
RDZN.
GCTK.
OKLO. Hood. Apps. Hood. ANET. OKLO. Hood.
GCTK.
BMBL. Hood. PLTR. Oust. TSM. OKLO. OKLO. LTBR.
OKLO.
OKLO.
LFWD.
Coin.
OKLO.
Coin. CONL.
OKLO.
Coin. CONL. Coin.
OKLO.
BMBL, Bumble hitting new highs now on that
GCTK.
workforce reduction news. Bravo Michael, Bravo Lima, $6.15. COI and Coinbase over $360 now.
ECX.
Up about $16. Charlie Oscar, India, November.
Coin. ECX.
TEM.
U. LTBR. CONL. CONL. Coin.
TEM.
ECX. CONL.
GCTK.
CONL. OKLO. OKLO.
ENVX. GCTK.
U. OKLO.
GCTK.
ECX.
GCTK.
ECX. OKLO. OKLO.
SONM. ECX.
OKLO.
OMEX.
HCHL. HCHL.
GCTK.
LTBR.
SRFM.
North Northeast. CONL. CONL. Coin. ARB.
SRFM. ECX.
CONL. LTBR.
OKLO, Oklo, and NNE, Nanonuclear Energy, both moving to the highs now. That's Oscar Kilo Lima, Oscar, November, November, Echo.
Oust. Son.
ECX.
Teva.
CONL.
Son.
GCTK.
As you know, Nuvia gives you your final permanent teeth in 24 hours. In the old way, you would get a set of...
Is principal architect of the Abraham Accords, Robert Greenway, back with us. Robert, good to have you. Thanks so much for joining me once again. And I want to get your reaction on this whole conversation and this apparent intelligence leak and this new conversation of, well, was it as successful as the president is saying? Is it less successful? What's your take?
Well, thanks for having me. My impressions first are, without having seen the report, it's an initial assessment on a worst-case scenario, and the result was low confidence, so it has to be taken in context. Second, it didn't evaluate the impact across the entire system. This was a decades-long project, a $2 trillion investment that Iran made in a very, very delicate process in order to enrich uranium. And so I think that the Director General of the IAEA, I think the Israeli, and I think broadly the U.S. intelligence community will confirm the results that their program is radically altered. It has been delayed significantly, and that the military operations that Israel and the United States took were, on the whole, extremely successful.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And, you know, by the way, President Trump made the point of saying, if we see any more aggression and efforts to continue building a bomb in Iran, that the U.S. would go back in and finish the job.
SRFM.
Yeah, that's right. The two most important things to note here are, one is that the United States and Israel enjoy complete freedom of action in the airs over Iran. It has no air defenses to speak of and no air force. It cannot prevent further action. And second, the most protected and defended facilities in the Iranian inventory are completely inoperable. So there's no place to hide. And in fact, all of the places now inside of Iran that may hide or conceal the remaining enriched uranium are within Israel's capability to strike. And so regardless of the current circumstances, we have complete freedom of action should we be required to go and strike again.
Yeah, having said that, President Trump is trying to have a measured tone when talking to the Israelis as well as the Iranians. I mean, he told apparently Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to expect any more American strikes inside of Iran, and that he should stop sending his missiles into the country, and that both sides should actually keep the ceasefire in place. Do you believe this ceasefire will stay in place?
I think it is holding, and I think it will hold. It's not surprising that there was took a little bit of time. This is like a massive train. To bring it to a complete halt takes a couple hundred feet. But I do think it's going to hold because Iran has to survive, and that's its calculation. Israel achieved its war aims, and I think it's also been at war now for over 2 years, since October the 7th, and so I think a break was required. And again, should additional strikes be required, the latitude, the flexibility exists to be able to do that.
Robert, what's your take in terms of where this heads over the long term? I mean, obviously, I'd love to get your take on the Abraham Accords and how that will evolve. I know we were very close to seeing the Saudis perhaps join the Abraham Accords. You don't see a lot of support for Iran in the Middle East, that's for sure. So what are you expecting the long-term implications of this strike on these nuclear facilities to be?
This is the first time in decades I've been optimistic about the trajectory in the Middle East, and it's because President Trump has been able to reverse the trajectory. Iran was tapping along the United States and diplomats for decades. Now they've tapped out. And I think at this point now, the barriers to entry for expanding the Abraham Accords is incredibly low. It will not surprise me if President Trump expands the Accords within his second term, and I think we'll see a new Middle East. Iran was isolated, and Israel stood with partners and allies in the region against this threat, which is now radically reduced. And so I think it is absolutely probable that the accords will finally be expanded and President Trump will build on the foundations historically that he did in the first Trump administration.
The team around Reza Pahlavi, the former exiled Crown Prince of Iran, told me yesterday that he doesn't want the job to go running Iran, that he wants to be a transitional leader. What would you expect for the future of Iran? And I know that it's not in the U.S.'s goalpost to actually have regime change. President Trump has said that many times. But as we see this situation evolving, do you think that we could see a return to Iran's, might I say, greatness? I mean, 47, 50 years ago?
I do think that it's more likely today than it was 6 months or even a year ago. The regime's grip on the people of Iran, its brutal repressive infrastructure has been damaged by Israeli strikes. Its legitimacy wasn't strong to begin with. It's now rapidly eroding. And again, it stands isolated. I do think, though, that it retains the capability to repress its population, but increasingly that sentiment among a large growth in the youth population within Iran.
Find your part. Get set. Go. Shop Grainger.com for the product you need delivered fast.
And again, they've got tremendous opposition in the state's repressive capacity. Over time, though, there's no question that ultimately Iran's going to return to better days. And I think it's important to remember they were the first to obtain a constitution in 1906. In the region, and I think it's likely they'll return, and they perhaps have a greater path to a democratic future than any other country in the region. So I do think in time it's likely to occur.
That is just fascinating. So many young people have no idea about, what was the situation there, and to even consider that notion is really exciting. Now, President Trump is set to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky later today at the NATO summit. He detailed a call that he got from Vladimir Putin. President Trump did. Here's what he said yesterday. Watch.
Changing gears to your meeting with Zelensky later today, can you give us any preview of what the two of you might be discussing?
No, well, we'll discuss the obvious. We'll discuss his difficulty. He's got a little difficulty. Zelensky, he's a nice guy. I mean, I'm going to meet him today. I don't know. I assume we're going to be discussing Ukraine.
Yes.
I mean, it seems like a most likely subject.
Any restart talks there or anything that you might do?
Well, we're going to see. I mean, I've spoken to Putin a lot, and he actually was very nice. He volunteered help on, as you know, on Iran. I said, no, I don't need help on Iran. I need help on Russia. Okay? I said, do me a favor. Help us on Russia, not on Iran. But he was very nice. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk. I think progress is being made.
So, Robert, at the end of the day, the question is, what about our adversaries? What about Russia? What about China? And the implications of this strike on the nuclear sites. Do you think that pressures Russia to ease up on the fighting on Ukraine? Does it pressure China to ease up on the consistent undermining of America?
There's no doubt about it. I think between the president's visit, his realignment in the Middle East, and the recent strikes against Iran send the most important signal. The lever here being pulled by the president is control over the global energy markets. So Russia is a competitor with the Middle East. It used to control with OPEC and managed to a great extent under the Biden administration energy prices, its principal source of revenue. On the same time, Beijing was a huge customer of the Middle East. Half of its oil was coming from the Middle East, 90% of Iran's exports, and now the Middle East is under new management, essentially the constellation of U.S.-led partners and allies rather than Tehran. And that sends important signals. And then the use of force. President Trump has reasserted again that he is willing to apply all instruments of national power to pursue U.S. interests. And I think that sends an important signal. And his ability to get NATO to spend more in its collective defense should not be underappreciated. It's a tremendous achievement.
All right, we will leave it there. Robert, great to see you this morning. Thanks very much, sir.
GCTK. ECX. GCTK.
INDI.
ECX. GCTK.
OKLO. OKLO. INDI.
AI development is accelerating. Faster launches, tighter loops.
So maybe one to watch through 6 bucks here, 42%. You going to be on this?
We'll see, Brendo. Yeah, I mean, this one reminds me of the pandemic all over again. This one's running when the EV.
Futures back to the upside here this morning as
OKLO. OKLO. CONL.
futures back to the upside here this morning as we get going on what could be another interesting day for the overall market here, with another day set for Fed Chair Powell in Washington once again, coming off what happened yesterday. We did get some interesting comments alluding to, I mean, he didn't really say it's going to be July, but he did leave the door open to the fact that there could be maybe some sort of movement from the Fed as early as July. Futures back to the upside in a decent way right now, about 0.4% for the market right across the board, as all things in the Middle East seem to be relatively calm at this point and holding that way for the time being as well. There you go. Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, another day of testimony for Fed Chair Powell. If you look in the past when this has happened, day two typically is nowhere near as exciting as day one. We typically hear basically more of the same or the exact same thing over again day two. So we'll stay tuned for that. We'll have that coming up. As far as individual movers, ton of them to talk about this morning. FedEx downside, not good report. We'll touch on that. 5% right now. Palantir moving around here this morning. Just took out 144. I was wondering if it did take out 144, back to essentially highs right now for Palantir. What a couple of days it's been for that name. We have AI to talk about this morning. Raheem Alani is going to come by, talk about some oil names as well, with all things that have been happening in the Middle East.
Perfect time, actually, especially with oil taking a bit of a dive yesterday and recovering this morning a little bit. Yeah, Fed Chair Powell in the Senate today. He was in the House yesterday. I can't wait to see the exchange between him and Elizabeth Warren. Always makes for good television. Lots to talk about today. Tesla's European sales, Brendo, continue to take a hit. 5 straight months of negative sales. We'll get to that on the rundown. Circle also in focus after a big down move yesterday. NVIDIA getting the nod today from Wedbush. And oh yeah, Bitcoin. 107,000 and climbing, Brendo.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that Tesla sales were down. It was another month of huge, declines as far as Europe is concerned. So not good. Yeah, Bitcoin looking good. IBIT on watch here possibly today, guys. Lots to consider. Good morning.
ECX.
Hey, Neil.
Look at that look.
Okay. Well, it's an all-time high party, so we gotta get the right shot.
Hopefully my mic's working. It's not muted, guys.
GCTK.
But can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay, good. No, it's an all-time high party. I think there's a host of names that are gonna knock on wood, break all-time highs. Robinhood is pennies away from it. Palantir, pennies away from all-time highs. NASDAQ broke all-time highs yesterday. So it's a fun one. Obviously, we all like a bull market in here. The thing, I don't know if I got mentioned up there at the desk, but you also had NATO committing, quote unquote, to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is interesting because the last time they set a bunch of targets, pretty much nobody actually hit them, but still should be a boon for defense-related stocks. That's why we have Palantir up here. NVIDIA, very close to its all-time high, maybe not as close as some of the others. AMD already broke $140. It's just, the bulls are out in full force here today, so I think you look for the continuation. I love what's going on in crypto. I'll be on Robinhood and IBIT today. Well, back to IBIT, but also look on Robinhood. And don't sleep on the chip names because the entire sector looking really strong. And we get one of the strong ones tonight with Micron reporting. So yeah, a lot to look forward to for sure, and what should be an exciting day. Maybe not for Powell. I'm sure he'll be bored out of his mind. Can't be that fun being in front of Congress, Senate, whichever one he's in front of. I don't know.
GCTK. GCTK. GCTK.
RDTL.
GCTK.
NVTS.
Getting a pop here to the highs.
ECX. GCTK.
$11.30.
Mara.
HUD.
Company announced earlier results for its study for continuous blood glucose
AMD.
monitoring in American diabetes sessions.
AMDL. Edit.
HUD.
Shares
AMDL.
AMD.
resume trading at 9 o'clock.
NNBC.
HUD. APRE.
NVTS. AMDL.
ECX.
TMC.
ECX.
AMDL.
HUD. FEMY.
HUD. HUD.
OKLO.
ATN. HUD.
INDI.
ATEN. ECX.
ATJLO.
APRE.
AVGO.
APRE.
GCTK.
NVTS.
GCTK.
NVTS. NVTS. CRDO.
FEMY,
AVGO.
Femicist, achieved CE mark approval for FemBlock, non-surgical permanent birth control
SONM.
solution, Foxtrot Echo Michael Echo.
APRE.
APRE,
INDI.
Aprea reporting anti-proliferative
ANT.
results and promising early-stage clinical data for
NVDU.
next-generation WEE1
NVDL.
inhibitor, APR 1051,
NVDL.
and HPV plus head and neck
NVDL.
cancer,
Plug.
NVDA.
squamous cell carcinoma, in collaboration with MD Anderson Cancer Center. That's Alpha Papa
ANET.
Romeo Echo.
NVDL. NVTS.
ATN.
ECX.
ENPH. TMC. TMCWW.
NNBC.
CRDO.
HINE. ALMU. LAES.
NVDA.
LAES.
ANDL.
ZVSA, Zyversa
CRDO.
initiates new clinical study for
QMCVAI.
cholesterol efflux mediator BAR200 to
FEMY.
combat chronic kidney diseases. That's Zulu Victor Sandy Alpha.
NVDU.
ECX.
NVDL. TQQQ. TQQQ. AMD. NVDU.
FEMY.
AVDL.
ATN.
ACHR. NVDA. AVDL. NVDL. ATN. BBA.
CTO, Charlie Tango Oscar,
Big spread.
report from Wolfpack
AVDL.
Research.
ATN.
NVDA.
LTDR.
ATN. NVDL.
Shares
Big
falling
spread.
to 17.29 at the lows, off the lows now.
BRKR,
That's Charlie
NVDL.
Tango Oscar.
CIFR. QQQL.
ECX. BBAI. RZLV. GCTK. GCTK.
QMCO.
GCTK.
CRDO. BBAI.
ECX. BBAI.
ECX. NVDU. HUT.
SRFM.
NVDA. NVDA. HNST. CIFR. NVDU.
HUD.
DEFT. BBAI.
ECX. HUD.
HUT. DEFT.
HUD. ECX.
ECX.
HUD.
RKLB.
ECX.
WKSP, Work Sport
ECX.
Management System,
ECX.
selected for pilot by Top
ECX.
U.S. Construction
ECX.
Corp. That's
HUD.
Whiskey Kilo,
BBAI.
Sandy Papa, WKSP.
HUD. FEMY.
SON. HUT. ECX.
HUD.
ECX.
PHC, Methodist Hospital, selects Phillips
ECX.
to advance
IREN.
neurovascular
HUD.
cardiology and complex interventional radiology services in Northwest Indiana.
SRFM.
That's Papa Hotel
HUD.
Golf.
BTM. BBAI.
HUD. HUD.
BBAI.
FEMY.
HUD.
GCTK.
APLD. APLD. HUD.
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 SRFM.
APLD.
HUT,
GCTK.
HUD 8 Mining, popping to the
HUD.
highs now. Hotel Uniform Tango, 1839.
APLD.
HUD.
BTM.
ULE. FEMY. HUD.
BBAI. APLD.
That's
HUD.
Hotel Uniform Tango.
HUD. HUD.
HUD.
SON. CIFR.
HUD.
MSTX. SON.
GCTK.
MSTX. SON. APLD. SON.
GCTK.
MSTR. APLD. BBAI. ARM.
GCTK.
GCTK. HUT.
GCTK.
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 BBAI.
GCTK.
GCTK.
GCTK, Glucotrack, more highs now.
GCTK.
Golf Charlie Tango
SYFM.
Kilo, 1183.
ARM. BBAI.
GCTK. FEMY.
TMCWDAI. GCTK. MSTX. APLD. APLD. MSTR. AI. MSTR. MSTX. MSTR.
ECX. GCTK.
HUT. MSTX.
HUD.
HUD. APLD.
HUD.
BBAI. HUD.
GCTK. HUD.
ACHR.
FEMY.
MSTX. MSTR.
ECX.
APLD. MSTR. MSTR. IREN. GCTK.
GCTK now at $12.03. Spiking here up more than 100%.
GCTK.
GCTK.
GCTK. GCTK. MSTR.
GCTK.
IRN.
HUD.
IBIT.
GCTK announced the glucose continuous blood glucose monitor study. Shares hitting the highs now. Spike on GCTK, Golf Charlie Tango Kilo.
CLS. MSTR. MSTX. HUD. IBIT. HUD. MSTX. IBIT. BTM.
RZLV. ECX.
Indy. MSTR. Indy. MSTX. MSTX.
LFWD.
MSTR.
GCTK.
IBITR. IBIT. MSTX. IQV.
GCTK. GCTK. ATNF. GCTK. GCTK.
PL. NVDA.
GCTK.
ATNF. NVDU.
GCTK.
IBIT. ESGL.
ECX.
NVDL.
LFWD.
ATNF.
BLNE.
GCTK. NVDU.
GNS.
PCT.
SBET.
NVDU.
GCTK. ECX. LFWD.
BTM. SLRX. Indy. MSTX.
ECX.
GCTK. GCTK.
GCTK. LFWD.
Indy. MSTX. SEDG. MSTR. MSTR. CTAS. CONL. 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 CONL.
SONM.
Coin.
GCTK.
CONL. Coin. CONL. 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 CONL.
CONL.
IBIT. CONL.
SONM. SONM.
Riot. MSTX.
HUD.
Riot. Riot. JMIA.
MULN. HUD. SRFM.
ACHR.
HUD.
ZYXI.
MULN, MULN,
MULN, MULN,
MULN,
ACHR,
Wix
MULN,
gives you the
MULN,
freedom to tell your
SONM,
story.
Riot,
MULN,
Riot,
RZLV,
ZYXI, Zynex awarded UK
IBIT,
patent for innovative
IBIT,
non-invasive sepsis
IBIT,
detection
OKLO,
monitor.
PCT,
That's Zulu Yankee X-ray India.
IBIT, MSTX,
OKLO,
AI,
MULN,
PCT, TAM,
MULN, MULN,
MULN, MULN,
TAM,
OKLO, GC, MULN,
MULN, Mullen Automotive, popping here. Micro Uniform, leaving November. Company said it's going to accept cryptocurrency, including
MULN,
Bitcoin and Trump meme coin to purchase
MULN,
FDX,
Mullen and Bollinger commercial electric vehicles. That's Micro Uniform, leaving November.
RZLV,
TAM,
GCTK,
IBIT, QS,
GCTK, MULN, OKLO,
IBIT, IBIT,
GNS,
INDI,
GCTK,
BTM,
MULN, OKLO,
IBIT,
GCTK,
MSTX, Indy, TAM, IBIT, TAM,
GCTK,
TAM, GHRS,
TAM,
RZLV, MULN,
Mara, Mara,
TEM,
BBAI, BBAI, Mara,
MULN, BB, SONM,
MSTR, MSTR,
MULN, SONM,
BBAI, MSTR,
GCTK, MULN, 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 SRFM,
IBIT, Tossed,
HUD,
CLCO,
HUD, KNW,
MRVL, APLD, Mara, A, MRVL, MRVL, Indy, BTM,
RSLS,
BBAI, RCAT, AI, FLNC,
Mara,
BBAI, BTM, MSTX, BBAI, MSTR, 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 IBIT,
MSTR,
BBAI,
TAM,
TEM, BBAI, TEM,
IBIT,
BBAI, TOST,
MULN,
MSTR, MSTX, MSTX,
GCTK, GCTK,
RCAT, APLD, BBAI, BBAI,
RZLV,
MSTR,
GCTK,
QCOM, SON,
SRFM,
MSTR, 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 MRVL,
SRFM,
ABEO,
SRFM,
GCTK, MSTR, BBAI,
SRFM, GCTK,
BBAI, MRVL,
FEMY,
APLD, XPEV, BBAI, XPEV, BBAI,
RZLV,
BBAI, 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 MSTX,
GCTK, GCTK,
BBAI,
GCTK,
BBAI, BBAI,
GCTK,
BBAI, GCTK,
GCTK,
GCTK, MSTX, GCTK, MSTR, GCTK, MSTR, MSTR, MARA, BBAI, MSTR, 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 CAN, MSTX, MSTX, BBAI, CAN,
BBAI,
MSTX,
GCTK,
RMNI,
MULN,
BBAI, FLNC, MRVL,
BBAI,
IBIT, AVGX, MRVL, NOAA,
TIGR,
MRVL,
GCTK,
AVAV,
EBO,
AVAV,
ABAB,
AVAV, AVAV,
GCTK,
GCTK, AVAV, AVAV,
GCTK,
AVAV, AVAV, AVAV,
RZLV, ABAB. Watch the spread. GCTK, ABAB. Watch the spread.
MRVL,
GCTK, ABAB. Watch the spread.
FUTU,
GCTK,
GCTK,
RDDT, RTM,
GCTK,
ABAB.
MRVL,
Watch the spread.
FUTU,
GCTK,
AVAV,
GCTK,
RDDT,
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 Watch the spread.
RDDT,
BITF, MRVL, AVGX,
ABAB. Watch the
QMMM,
spread.
GCTK,
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 ABAB. Watch the spread.
GCTK, RKLB,
RKLB.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
RDDT.
QS. RZLV.
EOSE. CREV.
BBAI. MULN.
RKLB. AVAV.
WRD.
PL. HIMS. CREV. HITS. RDTL. DFDV.
CREV.
CIFR. FUTU. PL.
MULN. ABAB. Big spread. ABAB. Watch the spread.
DFDV.
ABAB. Watch the spread. MULN. MULN. ABAB. Watch the spread. ABAB.
CREV. REKR.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
CRW.
ABAB. Watch the spread. ABAB. Watch the spread. MULN. MULN. ABAB. Watch the spread. MULN. ABAB. Watch the spread. MULN.
VNCE.
MULN.
AVAV. GTBP.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
MTA.
ABAB. MULN.
NXPL.
GCTK.
Lot. DRRX.
MULN. GCTK. MULN. GCTK. ABAB. Watch the spread. ABAB. Watch the spread. MULN.
CREV.
ABAB. Watch the spread. BBAI. MULN.
TMC.
GCTK. ABAB.
PONY.
Watch the spread.
OKLO. ASTS.
SRFM. GCTK.
RDD.
GCTK. SRFM.
TMC.
GCTK.
RZLV.
GCTK. TMC.
ZIM. HMY.
GCTK.
ABTS. AI. BRT.
GCTK.
BLNERK. HIMZ. XTIA. HIMS.
WLTV.
FUTU.
CETA.
GCTK.
AYGR.
GCTK.
INDI.
TIGREV.
Big spread.
NYLZ. GCTK.
TMC. EBO.
NVTS.
ONDS.
REGM.
ALMG. QSI.
TEM.
TMC.
Big spread.
CREV.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
RBRK.
DRLRX.
RBRK. Watch the spread.
MULN. CVSA. QXO. HUD.
ABAB. Watch the spread. ZS. Watch the spread. AKT. TMC.
Bull.
BLN. GCTK.
KLTO.
TIGR. NTCL. GCTK. XTIA.
DAKT. PHIL.
IMZ.
CRCL.
INDI.
LFWD.
CRCL. VNET.
HIMZ.
ABAB.
LABD.
Watch the spread.
BLNS.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
CONY.
JVSA. LUNR.
GCTK.
ONDS.
BLNE.
MSTY.
XTIA.
TIGR.
FTRK.
ZIM.
MULN.
LHHSG.
OMEXCWW.
FTRK. TMET.
ONDS. HIMZ.
XTIA.
ONDS.
SRFM.
TIGR.
TMC.
HIMS.
QXO.
MCX. DVN.
HUT.
SIM.
COMM.
GCTK. BLN.
FNGU.
GCTK. XZS. Watch the spread.
GCTK. JVSA.
BMBL. CONY.
GCTK. ZS. Watch the spread.
GRG. GCTK. CTK.
GCTK.
LFWD. V. Coney. JVSA.
ZS. Watch the spread. XTIA. PSTV.
Indy.
QS.
EYEN.
HIMZ.
MULN.
VNET.
CRML.
LABD.
CRML. CLS. BB.
QS.
FBRX.
SMCX.
QXO.
RBRK.
XTIA.
Big spread.
XTKG. HIGR.
LFWD.
ONDS.
BLNE.
SRFM.
BLNE.
FNGU.
PSTV.
FRO.
ULY.
XTIA.
UYEN.
Mind.
CRML.
EVGO.
XTIA. XTIA.
Poet.
XTIA.
UEC.
BLN.
DUOL.
XTIA. FWD. BMBL.
GCTK.
HIMS.
LFWD. LFWD.
ONMD.
LFWD.
TMCWW.
Coney. Mind.
NKT.
TMC. ONMD.
SMCX.
PSTV. ULY. ICCM.
BB.
FTRK.
LFWD.
EVGO.
LFWD.
NKTR.
QS.
CRML.
LFWD.
LFWD.
RML.
KLTO.
ONDS.
TMC.
CONL.
TMC.
Silo.
GYEN.
NVDY.
CRML.
LFWD.
SRFM.
HIMZ. HIMS.
ABAB.
FNGU.
ULY.
LFWD.
NKTR. MIR.
BBACL. BB.
BB. EYEN.
MFI.
CRML.
BLNE.
NKTR.
MXC
NSPR.
halted.
ULE.
MOS.
MXC will
ULE.
resume 0 seconds.
MFGO.
GCTA halted.
SRUM.
GSTLA will
STLA.
resume at 9 hours 39 minutes and 2 seconds. JVSA halted. HIMZ. JVSA will resume at 9 hours and 39 minutes.
DAKT.
ULE. ULY.
KLTO.
HIMZ.
HIMZ.
ABAB. ABCL. BB.
SMC
ULE.
halted. ULY will
CRML.
resume at 9 hours 40 minutes and 27 seconds.
ICTR.
SLQ. BB.
BB.
ABCL.
ICCM.
EYEN.
ULE.
PRTG.
SRFM. RGC.
SRFM. EYEN.
KLTO. ABCL. FRO.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
KLTO.
ULE.
SMCL. COIN.
IQ.
BB.
CRML.
SONM.
Yuli.
MXCT.
ABAB. Watch the spread. Yuli.
SMCX.
TRNR.
ROBN. SMST.
SRM.
SRFM.
ONDS. BB.
FNGU.
ICCM.
EYEN.
SRFM.
BMBL.
Oi.
UEC.
SRFM. SONM.
BB.
SRFM.
SRFM.
HIMZ.
NTLA.
RITR.
SMCL. ROBN. SMCX.
BMBL. SONM.
SRFM.
CRML.
MIR.
SRFM.
ABT.
Assistant.
ABCL.
UEC. SONM. HIMZ. HIMS. ANET.
SONM.
Coney.
BMBL.
NKTR.
SRFM.
ONDS.
SRFM.
MSTZ.
AAPU.
FTRK. SRFM. SONM. CETX.
MFI.
FNGU.
CETX. BB. SRFM.
SMIR.
SONM.
SONM. SMCX. BMBL.
GRNT.
NKTR.
BMBL. RITR.
SMCL.
NKTR.
CETX.
QMMM.
GCTK may
SRFM.
resume in less than a minute. IMRX.
CETX. MULN.
CRML.
NKTR.
MXC may resume in less than a minute.
BB.
AMDL.
MFI.
SONM.
SMCX.
MFI.
AAOI.
SRFM.
BMBL.
SRFM. CETX.
GRNT.
SRFM.
SRFM.
NAT.
HIMZ. SONM.
FTRK.
SRFM.
RGC.
SRFM.
SRFM.
MFI.
TMCWW. RGC. PRTG.
BB.
CTXR.
MULN.
SRFM.
NKTR.
SRFM.
SONM.
MSTZ. SRFM halted. SRFM will resume at 9 hours 43 minutes.
CETX.
CETX. CETX. SRFM. SRFM. KTR. SRFM. CETX. SRFM. CETX. NAT.
BMBL.
SRFM.
BMBL.
MULN. RGC. Big spread. SRFM.
NKTR.
SONM.
CETX.
SONM.
KTR. SONM.
SMCL. YUM.
ABBC.
ULY may resume in less than a minute. SMCX. SY.
Lab.
ABT. CETX.
MULN. ABAB.
UEC.
Watch the spread.
UYEN.
NKTR.
RITR.
CETX.
DAKT.
ANET. ABAB. AMDL.
MULN.
DAKT.
Host.
CREB.
NKTR.
AAOI.
SMCX. SMCI.
SONM.
FNGU.
SONM. SMCL.
MULN. BLNE.
CETX.
JVSA. QMMM.
NKTR.
BMBL.
CETX.
SYM.
JVSA.
UEC.
NKTR.
Assistant.
ABAB.
I leave
ULCC.
around
NKTR.
5:30, sometimes 6. It's about 92 miles.
NKTR. CETX.
QMMM. NKTR.
SMCX. SMCL.
POET.
NKTR.
NKTR.
OKLO.
NKTR.
NKTR. Watch the spread.
SMCL.
CETX.
OKLO. NKTR.
HIMZ.
JVSA.
OKLO.
QBC.
KMT.
JVSA.
CREB.
AMDL. JVSA.
OKLO.
NKTR.
CETX. OKLO.
ULY. FNGU.
NKTR. SON. NKTR.
NKTR.
OKLO.
NKTR. JVSA. SONM. JVSA. JVSA.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
LXCT.
QS.
XHLD.
NKTR.
SONM.
Big spread.
CETX.
OKLO.
QS.
CCCMW.
CETX. ULI. NKTR.
OKLO. CETX. CETX. NKTR.
XTKG. HOLO.
NSPR.
SMCL. SMCX. halted.
NKTR.
MXC will resume at 9
OKLO.
hours 46 minutes and 44 seconds. MBL.
IBF.
SRFM.
NKTR.
NKTR. HUBC.
CCCMW.
CRML. MLGO. QS.
NKTR. SONM.
HIMZ.
CETX.
NKTR. 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 SONM.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. We just witnessed the death of the Democrat Party in America 50 years ago. The leader, the bright young future of the Democrat Party, was a decorated war hero, an anti-communist crusader, a man who brought America to the moon. His name was John F. Kennedy. In the time span of one single generation, that baton has passed to a foreign-born communist.
NKTR. BB.
CETX.
QS. POET. SMCSA halted.
NKTR.
NKTR.
46
EYEN.
3 seconds.
EYEN.
GCT may resume in less than a minute.
NKTR.
FEMY.
NKTR. SIM.
Who's a trans activist who wants to defund the police and a lot of other really bad ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, something has gone horribly wrong here, or horribly
BMBL.
right.
MLGO.
Your perspective,
NKTR. NKTR. NKTR.
NKTR. FNGU.
The Democrat primary election, which is effectively the election for the mayor of New York City, where Zohran
NTCL.
won, walking away right
DTIL.
here with a dominant performance. I mean, listen, there's no argument here. He totally did win in a landslide.
CRML.
This man is an absolute and total dirty Marxist. And that is what the
RGC.
Democrat Party has become. He just became a U.S. citizen like 5 years ago. Andrew Cuomo, who was a very
SLDP.
powerful governor of the state, who comes from a prestigious family. Cuomo's father was the governor and also was a New York City leader, comes from a legendary political dynasty. He lost. This is a total sea change.
DTIL.
This style of New Yorker, whatever you think of him, this style of like Italian, Rudy Giuliani vein of New York leader, right? The Cuomos, the Giulianis, whatever. That's done. That's over. It's finished. It's been totally and completely replaced. And we're going to talk about exactly how. So what does the Democrat, Socialist, Muslim Zohran promise New York City? Well, he promises effectively communism, right? He's going to take over all the grocery stores. He's going to take over all the rent. He's going to like take over all of the buildings. He's going to take over all housing. This is what communists always do. Free buses. What does it mean to give away things? That means you're going to crank taxes ever higher on the few rich people who want to still reside in New York. I mean, that's fine if you voted for this. It makes me sad. Look at this. People in New York are Googling what socialism is after the polls close, right? Yeah, you totally get what you vote for. Oh, by the way, it is actually very rich people who voted for us. You can see here, over $100,000 a year, between $50,000 and $100,000. The poor people in New York actually voted for Andrew Cuomo, by and large.
PSEC.
It's called champagne
XHLD.
socialism. They love it until, well, it actually happens to them. And something really bad is about to happen to New York. Queer liberation means defund the police. Let's just take the guy at his own words, okay? Why should we have to shade who he is or what he's about when we can just read what he said? Okay, here we go. We don't need an investigation to know that the New York Police Department is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to defund the New York Police Department. Wow. From coast to coast right now, mayors and governors in deep blue cities and states are collaborating with violent right-wing governments to enforce curfews and round up protesters and run them down the street. defund the New York Police Department. He's also called for straight up Marxist, like that straight up Marxist revolutionaries need to take over the city of New York. I mean, listen to this.
Did Ellen come out to in her sitcom in 1997? Reese Witherspoon, Laura Dern, or Felicity Huffman?
I'm gonna go with Laura Dern.
And you're gonna be correct.
FTEK.
Hi, I'm Ananias. This is Gaydar. What does WLW mean?
Win, loss, win?
Okay. I like the sentiment. It means women loving women.
Also agree.
Yeah. On Gaydar, we're politically correct. Olive, which queer group is currently being erased from all federal government websites?
FTRK halted.
Yes, they are.
FTRK will resume.
Everyone in Trump's cabinet. You can't be here when I say.
See, the thing about saying stuff like that is that the people in Trump's cabinet are the ones who are allowing for New York to even continue. New York can't exist without funding from the Trump administration, which is a really interesting, bold move because, well, in his victory speech last night, Zohran promised that what he's going to do is stop ICE from deporting anyone in New York. Of course, this is how he won his race. He said he's going to straight up commit criminal acts and prevent ICE from engaging in deportation. How do you think that's going to work out for him? Without federal funding, New York City collapses into the abyss. No, but this is what the mayor has decided he's going to make.
Will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism.
Feds Collins says expects to see
from deporting our
more tariff impact over the coming months. Monetary policy well positioned. Time for patience and
dude's gonna get arrested. Oh wait, he like.
U.S. economy is solid overall. Supported Feds steady on rates last week. Tariffs likely to push up inflation, lower growth, and hiring. That's from the Feds Collins.
SRFM. TSLQ. TSDD. ARQQ. VSAT. AISP.
Collins expects it to be appropriate to lower rates later this year, but much depends on tariffs.
SLDP. TSLQ. TSDD. NKTR. GCTK halted. ARQQ. GCTK will resume at 9 hours 53 minutes and 48 seconds.
GRYP.
FTEK. AISP. CHYM. AISP. AMPX. QS. POET.
NKTR.
SLDP. IREN.
SLDP.
RITR. SLDP. TSLQ. TSDD.
ARQQ. Watch the spread.
NKTR.
Q.
SOXS.
ULY. GNS.
SOXS.
CPHI.
CHYM.
NKTR.
XHLD. QS. IREN. QS. EYEN. TSDD.
SLDP.
TSLQ.
PSTV. SLDP. ULY.
AISP.
NKTR. NKTR. BFS. SLDP.
AISP.
SRFM. IBF.
QS. Poet. NKTR. SLDP. IREN. EYEN. FTRK may resume in less than a minute.
NKTR.
TSDD.
FTEK.
NKTR. SOXS.
NKTR.
FTEK. NKTR.
NKTR. NKTR.
TSLS. JVSA may resume in less than a minute. PSEC. CORZ. MXC may resume in less than a minute. TSLPYEN. QMMM.
ULY.
TSLQ. SOXS.
IBF. NKTR.
SOXS. TSDD. TSLS. TSLQ. QS. QS.
FTRK.
NKTR.
CARD.
SOXS.
NKTR.
MYND may resume in less than a minute. LLY. SOXS.
NKTR.
Trib.
IREN.
Trib.
TSDD.
NKTR. 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 NKTR.
TSLS.
FTRK.
JNJ. QS.
NKTR.
TSLQ.
Big spread.
CHYM.
NKTR. NKTR.
SOXS.
ULY.
NKTR.
QMMM.
Actually wants to get arrested. Here's more footage of the soon-to-be mayor of America's largest city.
Trib.
Nothing but love and respect for NYPD. Remember, never forget, right? Never forget, except for, we'll just elect a Muslim jihadist to be mayor 20 years later.
NKTR. NKTR. NKTR.
Repeal
NKTR.
NKTR. Decriminalize sex work. Legalize marijuana. Safe injection sites.
Big spread.
Restrict solitary confinement. Enact elder parole. Re-enfranchise incarcerated New Yorkers. Decriminalize drug possession. Repeal all mandatory minimum sentences. Reduce maximum
NKTR.
Repeal felony bump ups.
NKTR.
End cooperation with ICE. Very important takes here from Stephen Miller. The commentary about New York Democrats nominating an anarchist socialist for mayor omits one point: how unchecked migration fundamentally remade New York City's electorate. Democrats change politics by changing voters. That's how you turn a city that
NKTR. NKTR.
Now, Matt Walsh, 40% of New York's population is foreign-born, not just second or third generation migrants, foreign-born. Almost half the city wasn't
NKTR.
New York City is not an American city anymore by any reasonable definition.
NKTR.
It's a tragedy and a total
NKTR.
disgrace. Chicago,
NKTR.
mayor in America. New York City, hold my beer.
NKTR.
That's right. Straight up saying that he's going to stop.
Watch the spread.
PGRE.
I mean, at the very least, you have to like
watch the spread.
Honest about what they want, right? 1 million Muslims. That's the goal. 1 million Muslims into New York.
CUE. QSI.
Here's his mom talking about her son. He's not American at all. He was born in Uganda, raised between India and America. His home is many places. He thinks of himself as a Ugandan and an Indian.
ABAB.
Got it?
Watch the spread.
America's, one of America's oldest, largest, most famous cities.
FTRK.
I mean, the election's not over, obviously. There are independent candidates running, like Eric Adams is still running as an independent. Perhaps Andrew Cuomo can run as an independent. This is wild, though, the background on this guy. The Muslim socialist running for New York City mayor is Zohan Mamdani, is obviously a con man. The only people dumb enough to support him are college educated. This poll, the single most damning indictment of higher education I've ever seen. Young voters without a 4-year degree, they wanted Cuomo.
Watch the spread.
The poor and people who are like working class, they wanted Cuomo. But liberal elites, which there are too many of them in New York, outvoted them. The rich people wanted the socialists to feel good about themselves.
Watch the spread.
Stick it to Trump. To liberals who are about to flee New York City, don't come to Florida or any other red state. Enjoy your mayor. You deserve
Watch the spread.
Right. New Yorkers stand poised to elect a socialist crackpot from the third world. Who's only been a citizen for 6 years and wants to nationalize grocery stores and appropriate money from taxpayers to spend on castration drugs for children. Voters have a death wish.
Watch the spread.
They want their communities to be destroyed. They will get what they ask for. So be it.
CREV. IRENSY.
I mean, here it is. His proposal is to effectively have New York City run grocery stores.
MXC may resume
because this has never been tried before, right? To have Marxist run grocery stores is wild.
CREV.
There's a lot to talk about here, but let's end with a incredible clip on CNN. Joy Reid has been brought out of the basement to now go on CNN, Yap, and she's getting destroyed as ever on this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed how you destroy America. New York, did you forget? 20 years later, they're electing a Muslim jihadist to be their mayor. Democrat Party is dead. Please enjoy this Joy Reid clip.
Your evidence that Mamdani would return New York City to the 1970s hellhole Times Square. What is your evidence?
It's very simple. So he wants to raise taxes on people who make the most money. What eventually is going to happen is you're going to lose that tax base. Once you lose that tax base, our bonds will get degraded. Now the city budget will not be substantial enough to subsidize not only the cops, but the fire department, the sanitation department. Once you start losing Wall Street and people who pay $11,000, $12,000 a month to live on the upper side, you're done. Let me ask you. And you go back to the 70s when Gerald Ford said to New York, drop dead.
Okay, but hold on, Arthur. But Arthur, just as somebody who is just listening to you, you raise the taxes on wealthy people in this city, maybe a couple percent, right? They're already, and that's exactly my point. They're already paying some of the high. I know, Arthur, but Arthur, they are already paying right at this moment some of the highest taxes in the country, and you think that 1 or 2% is going to cause a mass exodus out of New York? I just want to be clear that that's what you're saying, because I think that seems pretty extreme.
Because he's also not going to focus on crime. Right now you have Police Commissioner Tisch and John Chell, the chief of the department. Crime in the city of New York right now is set to break all records. It's the lowest ever in recorded history for shootings and murders. Once that starts going up in the other direction, and the tax base is gone, and sanitation is gone, and
coming up at 10 a.m. New home sales for
Very.
CTXR.
Month over month, 694,000 expected.
TLSA.
Also, Fed Chair Powell again. Coming up at 10 o'clock.
AG.
At 10:30, crude and gasoline inventories.
EYEN.
West Northwest.
MXC halted. WIMXC will resume at 10 hours 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
SIM. EYEN. FTRK. EYEN. NKTR. CETX. GRYP.
APPS.
EYEN.
CETX.
RZLV.
CETX. Yuli. EYEN.
EYEN.
Heart, and I enjoyed that, and also
EYTX. EYEN. CETX.
been terrific.
EYEN.
A friend of mine,
TTMI.
right here running this
VSAT.
wonderful country. Now is the NATO Secretary General, is doing a fantastic job.
CETX.
And the Prime Minister, we
ABAB.
appreciate everything you've done.
Big spread.
As you know, last weekend the United States successfully carried out a massive precision strike on Iran's nuclear
CETX.
facilities, and it was very successful. It was called obliteration.
GCTK.
No other military on earth could have done it, and now this
CETX.
incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with a historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war.
CETX.
I guess that just sounded like
HUT.
the right name. It was a 12-day war. And we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so. Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted. I said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. People at NATO said
INM will resume at 10 hours 5 minutes and 39 seconds.
I rebuilt the entire military during my first
term.
VSAT.
SMCI.
And we have a great military. We have great generals.
MSTU.
Got to know the good ones and the bad ones.
CETX.
We kept the good ones.
Over
the past 2 days, I was honored to participate in the NATO leaders
SRFM.
New home sales 623,000 versus 694,000. Expected minus 13.7%.
Watch the spread.
Versus plus 9.6% in
CETX.
April.
INM.
SGHC.
Big spread. ABAB. Big spread.
S&P futures fairly steady following that
ABAB.
data. Right
Watch
now,
the spread.
11.75.
SMCI. MST.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
SMCL.
ULY.
MSTX.
INM.
TRNR.
LAB.
EYEN.
ABAB. Watch the spread. ULY. Big spread.
WQXO.
Watch the spread. EYEN. MTNB.
AVAV.
ULY.
AVAV.
ABAB. Watch the spread.
AVAV.
FTRK.
EYEN.
ULY.
TSLS.
CVSA.
TSLQ. LABD. TSDD.
KMT.
MXC may resume in less than a minute.
ADTX. OP. TSLZ. EYEN. ABAB.
SMCL.
Watch the spread.
General Ruta,
YSG.
the Prime Minister, great discussions. Very
FTRK.
knowledgeable people. Major
ADTX.
focus of our conversations at the summit was
EVO.
the need
ADTX.
for other NATO members to
ADTX.
take up
IMRX.
the burden of the
SMCI.
defense of
ABAB.
Europe.
Watch the
And
spread.
that included the
ADTX.
financial burden, as you know, it was
AVAV.
2%.
LABD.
And we got it up to
ULY.
5%, and they said a
TRNR.
couple of them came up to me. One in particular said, "Sir, we've been trying to get it up to
ADTX.
3% for
ADTX.
20 years, and we haven't been able. And you got it up to 5%.
INTZ.
So they're going to be
ADTX.
most of them, I guess, almost all of them are going to be
TSLS.
contributing now 5%. A number that
ADTX.
people are surprised at, but you need it today.
IBO.
The United States accounts for 2/3 of all NATO
AVAV.
defense spending, and since I began pushing for additional commitments in
TSDD.
2017, believe it or not, our allies have increased spending by $700 billion.
ADTX.
I said to people, you don't have any
QXR.
money, and a lot of them weren't
ADTX.
paying. And so I started the process, and I picked it up as soon as I got back, which is
ULY.
6 months ago.
IBF.
And following
ADTX.
my election last November,
TSDD.
almost all
TSDD.
have accelerated plans
ADTX.
to reach
ICU.
the 2%, 3%,
PSNY.
4%, and then ultimately very quickly
EYN.
5%.
ADTX.
And all of this is going to be done very quickly, almost
ULY.
immediately. You
SMCL.
probably know this as well as I do. I'm sure they've been talking
SMCX.
about it. It's really been a big
SMCL.
focus.
SMCI.
In a very historic
IMRX.
milestone this week, the NATO allies
AGGRE.
committed to
CRNL.
dramatically increase their defense spending to
TSLQ.
that 5% of GDP,
IBO.
something that no one really thought
CTXR.
possible. And they
ICU.
said, you did it, sir,
ICU.
you did it. Well, I don't know if I did it,
SPWR.
but I think I did.
ADTX. AVAV.
This will be known as
INTZ.
the Hague
AVAV.
ADTX.
Defense Commitment,
FFAI.
which is pretty
ADTX.
good, pretty
EVO.
appropriate.
And
When the Allies reach this
ICBMW.
number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year.
ICTX.
Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common
NNN.
defense, and this is a
Watch the spread.
monument, really, to
MFC
victory,
halted.
but it's a
MXC
monumental
will
win
resume
for
at 10 hours, 9 minutes,
the
and
United
ICU.
States, because we were carrying much more than our
NNN.
fair share. It was
Watch the
quite
spread.
unfair, actually.
SMCI.
But this is a
TSDD.
big win for
ICU.
Europe and for
LABD.
actually Western
SMCI.
civilization.
GCTK.
For years
ICU.
past,
ICU.
administrations failed to get most allies to contribute,
NNN.
even the 2%. I remember when I came here, we had 4 countries that were up to
FTRK.
2%, and I remember Poland was there. A couple of them were there,
AVAV.
and but most of them were. We had 28 at the time, as you know. It's increased a little
SMCL.
bit, and they've agreed now to more than double their budgets in all cases. And Europe stepping
FNWV.
up to take more responsibility for its security will help
FNWV.
prevent future disasters like the
TSDD.
horrible situation
LABD.
with Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get that solved. Last week they lost
GCTK.
7,000 soldiers,
NNN.
mostly soldiers.
Watch the
But
spread.
they're also getting hit in
IMRX.
Kiev. They're getting hit in some of the
UPWK.
towns also.
IMRX.
And that means life. Life is disappearing also in the cities and towns. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. Said it 1,000 times. And it never did happen. It's never even thought about. But it's vital that this additional money be spent on very serious military hardware, not bureaucracy, and hopefully that hardware is going to be made in America because we have the best hardware in the world. You saw that where 14 missiles were shot at us the other day. And
big spread.
They were very nice. They gave us warning. They said we're going to shoot them. Is 1 o'clock okay?
RBRK.
They said it's fine. And everybody was emptied off the base, so they couldn't get hurt except for the gunners. They call them the gunners.
ADTX.
And out of 14 high-end missiles that were shot at the base in Qatar, all 14, as you know, were shot down by our equipment. Amazing stuff. Amazing that they can do. It's like shooting a bullet with a bullet. It's the same thing if you think about it. 14 out of 14, and they weren't even that surprised. I said, "Do you do that well often?" They say, "We pretty much do, sir." The Ukraine crisis has also highlighted the urgency of rebuilding our defense industrial base, both in the United States and among the allied nations. We cannot afford to be dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals. And as you know, we made a deal with Ukraine to take a vast amount of the land they have for minerals. We need it.
Big spread.
And once again, I want to thank all of the people in the Netherlands, incredible people. It's a great place. And all of the NATO allies for the tremendous summit that we just had.
I see you.
A letter
I
just
see you.
came in.
GCTK.
A statement came in from
ULY.
the Atomic Energy Commission
Big
of
spread.
Israel.
TIGR.
And I just wanted, this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assess that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. This achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not, wasting time, and nobody's watching them, so they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, you know, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, you know, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating. Also, they have out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says it's near its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports were fake reports put out by the New York Times, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all.
Big spread.
But, and by fake news, CNN and MS.
I see you. I see you.
All of these terrible people, you know, they have no credibility. You know, when I started, they were at 94% credibility, the media. Now it's at 16%. And I'm very proud of it because I've exposed it for what it is. But, when I saw them starting to question the caliber of the attack, was it bad? Well, it was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. Like you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't. There's nothing. There's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster. And I think all of the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to remove. And we did it very quickly. When they heard we were coming, it was, you know, you can't move it. It's very hard, very dangerous, actually, to move to. And they also knew we were coming, so I don't think too many people want to be down there knowing we're coming. With the bunker busters, as we call them, we're the only ones that have them. We have the best equipment, best nuclear equipment, and we have the best equipment in the world. And by the way, we can't forget our submarine which was out there, submarines actually, but submarine was out there. We shot 30 rockets into an area, every single one of them. I think it was almost 400 miles away, I think, Pete, right? 400?
MGX.
And long. It was in the ocean, long ways away. And we shot a total of 30.
TSLQ.
Every single one of them hit within 9 inches from where it was supposed to be. It took it a lot because we didn't do just 4. We did 2 others in addition, which hadn't been completely destroyed. So we hit them with a submarine from hundreds of miles away. Amazing, just amazing equipment. Greatest submarines in the world. Nobody's even close. They're 20 years behind us when it comes to submarine technology. So that's one, and the other was from the Atomic Energy Commission. And they have about 3 or 4 of them now coming in from Atomic Energy Commissions from various places. But the one that we have that just came out, we released it a little while ago, was from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission. But numerous of them are getting to see the site, and the site has been demolished. And again, we had these brave patriots, these incredible flyers, these people that can fly a plane better than anybody can fly a plane, going into very hostile territory, flying into the territory that has got more missiles and things pointed at it, but it was very stealth. They didn't get to see it. It was dark. That's the amazing thing about the shots. They hit the shots perfectly, and yet it was dead dark. There was no moon. There was no light. It was virtually moonless. It was very dark, and the shots were hit perfectly. But when they get demeaned, and they were very upset about it because they knew how strong it would be. Back in Missouri, the pilots flew about 36 hours, 2 ways, far distance, and in those incredible B-2s. And we then had the F-22s, and we had the F-35s, and we had other planes, and we had, I think, a total of 52 tankers. That means the big
GCTK.
The big tankers, because the refueling was a lot for all of the different planes that we sent. Incredible operation, and I have to say, General Raisin Cain was incredible. That's why he beat ISIS, and we beat ISIS in a matter of weeks. I was told it would take 4 to 5 years. We did it in a few weeks.
GDTX.
And he was great. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now, because I had a very good experience with him. He knocked out ISIS in a period of literally a few weeks.
TSDD.
Amazing.
TSLQ.
And it was supposed to take a few years, 5 years to be exact.
Evo.
So we had a great victory there, and we then came here, and I think we had a great victory here. But this is an ongoing project. This is the safety of Europe, the safety of the world. And they've raised it from 2% to 5%, something which nobody, and you're talking about over $1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a lot of money coming in from countries that were not paying nearly enough to be effective. So I have, as you know, Marco Rubio with me, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? You know, it used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors. It used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building next to the White House, you can see where it used to be Secretary of War. Then we became politically correct, and they called it Secretary of Defense. I don't know, maybe we'll have to start thinking about changing it.
FFAI.
But we feel that way. Do we have any questions, please? Wow. That's a lot of questions. Who's a nice person? Oh, you're not a nice person, but I'll let you ask one. Go ahead. What's he going to ask? He is not nice at all. I know him well.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time before flying home. You just said you believe the conflict between Israel and Iran is over. What makes you so confident it is? And what do you do if it isn't?
Because I dealt with both.
TSLD.
And they're both tired, exhausted. They fought very, very hard and very viciously, very violently. And they were both satisfied to go home and get out. And can it start again? I guess someday it can. It could maybe start soon. I think a big telltale sign was when, as you know, Iran somewhat, by not much, violated the ceasefire. And Israel had the planes going out that morning, and there were a lot of them, 52 of them. And I said, you got to get him back. And they brought him back. They didn't do anything. They brought him back. It was very good. I thought it was amazing, actually.
ADPT.
They have fought a hell of a war. They fought very hard. I think the war ended, actually, when we hit the various nuclear sites with the planes. And I just hope you people can give these pilots, these are the best pilots in the world. They're the best shots in the world. They call them shots. That's what they are. And wait a minute. And I just hope you can give them the respect they deserve, because they came home to fake news. And like, oh, gee, there was hardly any damage. The things are decimated. So, but I think, no, I think they're very much finished. I think Israel's going to get back to doing what they do, and I think that Iran's going to get back. You know, Iran has a huge advantage. They have great oil, and they can do things. I don't see them getting back involved in the nuclear business anymore. I think they've had it. They've been at it for 20 years. And I don't see that happening either. Now, if it does, we're always there. It won't be me. It'll be somebody else, but we're there. We'll have to do something about it. Yes, please, go ahead.
VFS. SRFM.
Oh, fake news, CNN?
VFS.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait till you hear this question. You should really say how great our soldiers and our warriors are.
I think everyone appreciates our soldiers and our warriors. I do have two questions for you, Mr. President. You just cited Israeli intelligence on these attacks. Earlier, you said U.S. intelligence was inconclusive. Are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment of the impact of the strikes?
No, this is also Iran made the statement. And it's also, if you read the document that was given, that Pete can talk about if you'd like, the document said it could be very severe damage, but they didn't take that. They said it could be limited or it could be very severe. They really didn't know, other than to say it could be limited or it could be very, very severe. And you didn't choose to put that because it was very early after. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoken to people who have seen the site.
Trump says
and the site is obliterated. And we think everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out. Okay, question? Please, go ahead.
I see you.
Go ahead. Yeah. Blue dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yesterday, you said China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your maximum pressure campaign? Because there's sanctions right now.
With who?
On Iran.
No, look, they just had a war. The war was fought. They fought it bravely. I'm not giving up. They're in the oil business. I mean, I could stop it if I wanted. I could sell China the oil myself. I don't want to do that. They're going to need money to put that country back into shape. We want to see that happen. Would it? No. If they're going to sell oil, they're going to sell oil. We're not taking over the oil. We could have, you know. I used to say with Iraq, keep the oil. I could say it here, too. We could have kept the oil. No, China is going to want to buy oil. They can buy it from us. They can buy it from other people. But you're going to have to put that country back into shape. It desperately needs money. Yeah. Yeah, please.
I see you.
Here we go. I'm picking the beauties today. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Secretary General Rutte has described President Putin as an adversary, a threat, an enemy. Do you view him the same way? And in addition to that, you mentioned General Kane, your chief of staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
General Kane.
Yes, he has said that Mr. Putin has territorial ambitions beyond Ukraine. Do you view that in the same way?
Possible. I mean, it's possible.
SRFM.
I know one thing. He'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. He called the other day. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, you can help me with Russia. Because, you know, in the last few weeks, we took care of India and Pakistan, Kosovo, Serbia. I think on Friday we have coming in, the Congo is coming in, and Rwanda is coming in. That was a vicious war that went on, a machete war, heads chopped off all over Africa. They're coming in. We did 2 others in addition to that. Nobody's ever done anything like this. No, I consider him a person that's, I think, been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled easy. I've settled 4 of them in the meantime. But he did call up, and he said, you know, he's close to Iran. He'd like to help us get a settlement. I said, no, you help me get a settlement with Russia. And I think we're going to be doing that too.
GCTK.
Yeah, please.
ICCC.
Go ahead, please.
NVDL.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've made clear your position on
NVDX.
what impact the strikes had. I wanted to ask you what is next with Iran. For instance, is there any indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material?
No, we just the
uranium?
opposite.
HOLO.
We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move. And if you knew
NP.
about that material, it's very hard and very dangerous to move. It's called in many people they call it dust, but it's very, very heavy. It's very, very hard to move. And they were way
INDO.
down. You know, they're 30 stories down. They're literally 30, 35 stories down underground. Oh yeah, we think we think it's covered with granite, concrete, and steel.
Can I ask you, are you interested in restarting
HOLO.
negotiations with Iran? And if so, have they received?
So our people, Marco could answer this, but our people are
NVDX.
not. I'm not. The way I look at it,
MP.
they fought, the war's done, and, you know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it. They've had it. Now, maybe someday in the future we'll want that.
CHYM.
But I've asked Marco, do you want to draw, I just asked him the question as we were walking on the stage, do you want to draw up a little agreement for them to sign? Because I think we can get them to sign it. I don't think it's necessary. Marco, do you want to talk about that, please?
FNWB
Mr. President, I think
resume in less than a minute.
President Trump has shown a willingness to meet and talk to anybody in the world who's interested in peace. I don't know of any
ICCC.
president that's been as willing as he has to meet with anyone and talk about peace. We'd love to have peaceful relations with any country in the world. And so obviously that'll depend on Iran's willingness not just to engage in peace, but to negotiate directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern
OFAL.
history, that's sought peace more than
UCO.
President Trump has.
I see you.
Sounds like the door is open.
TSDD.
No rush. Is that right? Sounds like the door is open. But
I'll tell you what, look, we're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary. I mean, they had a war, they fought. Now they're going back to their world. I don't care if I have an
TSLQ.
agreement or not. The only thing we'd be asking for is what we were
TSLS.
asking for before about we want no nuclear, but
OFAL.
we destroyed the nuclear.
CONI.
In other words, let's destroy
I see you.
it. I said, Iran will not have nuclear. Well, we blew it up. It's
OFAL.
blown up to kingdom come. And so
CHYM.
I don't feel very strongly about it. If we got a document, wouldn't be bad. We're going to meet with them, actually. We're going to meet with them. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, Netherlands TV, thank you for visiting our country.
Good.
As I
Thank you.
understood, I, of course, would like to know how you slept last night at the House of the King.
Oh, I slept beautifully.
But probably a more
I see
serious
you.
question. I think you just had a meeting with President Zelensky. Did you discuss any ceasefire in this Russo-Ukrainian?
No, I wanted to know how he's doing. He was very
TSDD.
nice, actually. You know, we had little
TSLS.
rough times sometimes.
CHYM.
He was couldn't have been
MSTV.
nicer. I think he'd
GCTK.
like to see an end to this. I do. I think what I took from the
RBN.
meeting couldn't have been nicer,
UCO.
actually. But I took from the
SMST.
meeting that he'd like to see it end. I think it's a great time to end it. I'm going to speak to Vladimir Putin and see if we can get it ended.
I see you.
But look, these are brave people. They're fighting these wars all over the place. You know,
VSAT.
last week they had, I guess, I told you, close to 7,000 young soldiers,
GCTK.
Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were
CONI.
killed. 7,000 in 1 week. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll be speaking to Putin. No, I had a good meeting with
I see you.
Zelensky, and I had a lot of good meetings. We had a lot of good meetings with a lot of people, a lot of great leaders.
I see you.
But he's fighting a brave battle. It's a tough battle. Yeah. Go ahead, white dress.
VSAT.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Finland, Ilta-Sanomat.
Good.
You have played golf with President Alexander Stubb. How do you see Finland as a
GCTK.
NATO ally and partner, and how would you describe your relationship with our president?
Well, he's a very good golfer. Okay. In fact, he was on his college golf team. He went to a good college in the South, as you know, a very good college, and he was a good golfer. We had a good time.
UL what?
I think my relationship's
CHYM.
great. I want to buy icebreakers. You know, you're very
VSAT.
good at icebreakers. And I actually made him an offer. I didn't go to Congress. They'll try and impeach me for this.
HOLO.
but there's an old, it's not old, it's fairly new, but it's used icebreaker, and I offered him
GCTK.
about 1/3 of what he
APPS.
asked for. But we're negotiating. We need icebreakers in the U.S., and if we can get some inexpensively, I'd like to do that. Actually, they'll fix it up, make it good. Also, we may buy some icebreakers. You know that you're the king of icebreakers, that particular country. They make them good. They make them really good, and they know what they're doing. And so we're negotiating with them for about 15 different icebreakers, but one of them is available now. It's old, and it's, old. It's like 5, 6 years old. And we're trying to buy it. I'm trying to make a good deal. It's all I do my whole life. My whole life, that's all I do is make deals. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Sir, go ahead.
ULY.
Yeah, a question for NewsHour, Dutch TV. First of all, on Article 5, on your way here, you spoke about the commitment of the U.S. to Article 5, saying, I'll give you my definition once we're here. Yeah. What is your definition, and may the U.S. commitment to Article 5 change in case some of the NATO members do not reach the threshold that was discussed today? My second question is following up on a colleague on Iran. What intel reports do say that everything over there was obliterated?
Yeah, well, there are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. And I will say that on a very confidential basis, they're looking at the reports, like numerous reports, and including people going to the site and checking the site. And they're going to be having, I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, you're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was. And just like the pilots should be given credit for. As far as Article 5, look, when I came here, I came here because it was something I'm supposed to be doing, but I left here a little bit differently. I said, I watched the heads of these countries get up. And the love and the passion that they showed for their country was unbelievable. I've never seen quite anything like it. They want to protect their country, and they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. And you can ask Mark, or you can ask any of the people that were there. It was really moving to see it. They love their country. They were so respectful of me because I'm the head of the United States. And I made, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when I was in, I was in the Middle East. So I was in Qatar for a different reason, not a reason to get shot at. We were in there for economic development reasons. Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. All three leaders of those countries, and we took back $5.1 trillion into the United States. All three leaders said, you're presiding over the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country. Everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants a piece of it. He said a year ago, your country was dead. You had a deadhead running it. You had a country that was dead, and it was dead. You had people pouring through the borders. You had inflation. You had everything. He said, you've made it in 5 months at that time. You've made it the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country in the world. And when I was around that table, it was a nice group of people, many of whom I knew from previous. When I saw the passion they had for the country, and almost everyone, and you probably have the tapes, it was very public, but almost every one of them said, thank God for the United States. Without the United States, they couldn't really have NATO. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It will in the future because now they're paying much more money, but it wouldn't work. It was great. And I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff. And we're here to help them protect their country.
Will resume at 10 hours, 34 minutes, and 4 seconds.
Okay, we'll do one or two more.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
A question on Spain. Are you satisfied with today?
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And they're doing very well. The economy is very well. And that economy could be blown right out of the water with something bad happening. Spain is the only country that, are you from Spain? Good, congratulations. You're the only country that is not paying. I don't know what the problem is. I think it's too bad. So we'll make it up. You know what we're going to do? We're negotiating with Spain on a trade deal. We're going to make them pay twice as much. And I'm actually serious about that. We're going to make Spain. I like Spain. I have so many people from Spain that it's a great place and they're great people. But Spain is the only country out of all of the countries that refuses to pay. And, you know, so they want a little bit of a free ride. But they'll have to pay it back to us on trade because I'm not going to let that happen. It's unfair. It's unfair to NATO. All right, sir, please. Go ahead, right in the back. Yeah, you, tall one. The tall man.
Mr. President, Johannes Petra from Austrian National Television.
How are you?
You once said that you would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. You later said you said that sarcastically.
Well, of course it was sarcastic.
But you've now been in office for 5 months and 5 days. Why have you not been able to end the Ukraine war?
Because it's more difficult than people would have any idea. Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars. I mean, look, we just ended a war in 12 days that was simmering for 30 years, frankly. We ended Rwanda and the Congo. It's coming to sign the documents. We've already signed basic documents, but they're coming, I think, to the White House on Friday. We ended Serbia, was going to go at it. But maybe the most important of all, India and Pakistan. And that wasn't whether or not they may someday have nukes like we're talking about in the Middle East, like we're talking about with Israel and Iran. This is they have nuclear weapons. I ended that with a series of phone calls on trade. I said, look, if you're going to go fighting each other, it was getting very bad. You know how bad that last attack was. It was really bad. If you're going to go fighting each other, we're not doing any trade deal. No, you have to do a trade deal. I said, we're not doing any trade deal. And in fact, I had the general, who was very impressive. The general from Pakistan was in my office last week. You know, Prime Minister Modi is a great friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. He's a great man. And I got them to reason. I said, we're not doing a trade deal if you're going to fight. And if you're going to fight each other, we're not doing a trade deal. And you know what? They said, no, I want to do the trade deal. We stopped the nuclear war. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Here's another beauty, Jeff. He's a beauty, all right. Go ahead.
Mr. President, to follow up on Ukraine, will the United States contribute any more money to Ukraine's defense this year to the $5 billion that allies are giving? And one question, you had another meeting with the Dutch opposition leader, Mr. Wilders. Can you tell us about that meeting? And are you upset about his anti-Muslim stance?
I'm not upset about it. It's just his view. He's unhappy with the way things are going in this country and various countries. He was an opposition leader. And I was asked to meet with the opposition leader by the people that are running. I think they have some deal where if you have a meeting, you're supposed to meet with an opposition leader. I said, that's strange. We don't do that. But I met with I didn't know him. He seemed like a very nice guy, but he's in opposition to the current people, and that was set up by the current people. So I assume when I met with the Prime Minister, you're supposed to meet with the opposition. We'll have to try that sometime in our country. Let's not do it. But he was. I thought he was very good. As far as money going, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of spirit. Look, Vladimir Putin really has to end that war. People are dying at levels that people haven't seen before for a long time. Go ahead. Go ahead.
AAOI.
White shirt. Oh, she's all excited.
So,
I see you.
BBC News Ukrainian.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Oh.
So my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you very, it's amazing.
And me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually, because he wanted me to be.
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He's
there now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
In Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the anti-missile missiles, okay, as they call them. the Patriots, and we're going to see if we can make some available. You know, they're very hard to get. We need them too. We were supplying them to Israel, and they're very effective, 100% effective. Hard to believe how effective. And they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question.
TLS.
And I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's
ADTX.
very upsetting to you.
SRFM.
So
NVDL.
say hello to your husband,
NVDX.
okay? Thank you.
AMD.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
AMDL.
You were criticizing
Where are you from?
Bloomberg News.
Oh, Bloomberg. That's
You were
wonderful.
you were criticizing the Federal Reserve Chair before coming to this summit.
Yeah, I think he's terrible.
I was wondering if you've begun interviewing different candidates for the Fed pick.
Yeah, I know within 3 or
ADTX.
4 people who are going to pick. I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible.
AMD.
We have no inflation. We have a tremendous economy. Hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is pouring
CREV
in.
may resume in
Factories are
less than a
being
minute.
built because they don't want to pay the tariffs, so they're building them all over the country.
AMDL.
I think we're close to $15 trillion. I told you 5.1 trillion from the Middle East alone, but of investment money coming in. There's never been anything like that in the history of our country. But we have no inflation. And we have borrowing because Biden stupidly, they did short-term debt. So we have borrowing coming up.
AMD.
And, you know, we'll go 10 years,
NVDL.
maybe longer, maybe shorter, but we'll go a long period of time when we do the debt. And because of him, because of this
ADTX.
guy, we will have to pay for years. We'll be
AMDL.
paying for him. And I said to him, listen, there's no inflation. He says, but maybe there'll be some. That's true. I said, if there is some, what you do is raise the rate. I'm okay with that. You raise the rate in 2 years from
CLSK.
now or in a year from now. But because the rate's high, we have to pay more for debt. It's pretty equal. In other words, if it's 4%, it's 4%. If you drop it a point, you'll pay 3%. So it's fairly equal, not necessarily, but fairly equal. So we're going to end up paying maybe 2 points or 3 points more. 3 points would be about $900 billion a year because of this very average mentally person. He's an average mentally person. I'd say low in terms of what he does, low. Low IQ for what he does, okay? Wait, so instead of paying $900 billion, we don't want to pay 900 just because he doesn't want to lower the rate. I said, if there's inflation in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year from now, you raise the rate and you take care of the inflation, among other things. But he's probably a very political guy, I guess. I don't know. I think he's a very stupid person, actually. All right, one more. Let's go. How about you? Go ahead. She looks so happy and everything.
Thank you.
That's why I picked
I'm
her.
from Spain, too. I'm Ana Buc from La Vanguardia. I wanted to know if...
You're where from?
Spain, too.
Ah.
I wanted to know if you want to...
That's the Spain corner right there. Shouldn't have said that. That's okay. I do like Spain, by the way. I think it's unfair that they're not paying, but go ahead.
Are you going to negotiate directly with Spain about...
I'm going to negotiate directly with Spain. I'm going to do it myself. They're going to pay. They'll pay more money this way. You should tell them to go back and pay. You're a reporter? You tell them to go back. They ought to join all of those countries that are paying 5%. Spain's going to be just about the only one that's not. They were the most hostile toward doing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay. All right, Kelly, go ahead.
MODV.
Here we go. Here's another one.
Thank you
We got them all today.
Okay. So, Mr. President, you talked about expecting some on-the-ground assessments at Fordo and other sites.
Now here,
Is that
here again.
Israeli and U.S.?
It's been obliterated, Kelly. It's been
What is your message then, sir, to the intelligence community when they present reports? You're not disputing the DIA report. You're just...
They presented a report that wasn't finished. We're talking about something that took place 3 days ago.
I understand that's
The report was done 2 days ago. Wait a minute.
Yes.
They didn't see it. All they can do is take a guess. Now, if you take a look at the pictures, if you take a look how it's all blackened, you know the fire and brimstone is all underground because it's granite and it's all underground. You don't show it. But even there, with all of that being said, the whole area for 75 yards around the hole where it hit is black with fire. The group that's run by this gentleman, in fact, you may want to talk about it for a second because we're going to issue a report. And I think it's not even a very exciting report at this point. It's been obliterated, totally obliterated. And
AMD.
they did a report, but it was like, if you look at
MODV.
the dates, it's just a few days after it
Understood,
happened.
sir.
So they didn't see it. They said it may be very severe. Go
Understood.
ahead.
Do you have a message for the intelligence community, though, in terms of unvarnished information getting to you, that it's not...
I don't really have a message. I would say issue the report when you know what happened. I wouldn't say that it could be severe or maybe not. They use the word severe. It could be severe or maybe it's not.
And
So people like you picked up and said, oh, it's not severe.
We're just
No,
looking for
the report was not a complete report.
MODV.
Yeah, the message was probably wait till you know the answer before you...
And
Sir, do you
KTR.
not have a public
AMDL.
component to your Zelensky meeting for a
NVDX.
tactical reason with President Putin?
Let him answer this.
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
NVDL.
GCTK.
There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American
POET.
people and the world to take out a nuclear
YSG.
program is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom.
ICU.
And then the instinct,
MODV.
the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to
MODV.
try to find a way
MSTZ.
to spin it for their own
GCTK.
political reasons to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of
INDO.
leakers. And what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the
SMST.
whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce
ICU.
that preliminary, a preliminary report that's deemed to be a low assessment,
MODV.
you know what a low assessment means? Low confidence in the data in that report. And why is there low confidence? Because all of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated.
NVDL.
So if you want to make an assessment of what
GCTK.
happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep, because Iran's
ICU.
nuclear program
MODV.
is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say,
KTR.
oh, with
Now
low
live meeting will
confidence, we
resume at
think
10 hours,
maybe
47
it's
minutes and
moderate.
5 seconds.
Those
VLN.
that drop the bombs precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded. And you know who else knows? Iran. That's why they came to the table right away, because their nuclear capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops, despite what the fake news wants to say.
But you're not disputing the
NVDL.
report said what it said, even though it was initial.
The report said what it said, and it was fine. It was severe, they think, but they had
VLN.
no idea. They shouldn't have issued a report until they did, but we've gotten the information. I think Pete said it better than you can say it.
ICU.
And you know, you should be proud, you, especially you, should be
MODV.
proud of those
NVDX.
pilots, and you shouldn't be trying to demean them.
No, there's
Those pilots flew at great risk,
And
big
KTR.
chance that they'd never come back home and see their husbands
one
or
is
their
questioning
wives.
the skill
Let
of
me just tell you,
VLN.
you and NBC, fake news, which is one of the worst, and
NVDL.
CNN, New York Times are all bad. They're sick.
VLN.
There's something wrong with them. But you know what? You should be praising those people instead of trying to find some. By getting me, by trying to go and get me, you're hurting those people.
NKTR.
They were devastated. You know, I got a call from Missouri,
MODV.
great state, that I won 3
NVDX.
times by a lot. And I got a call that the pilots and the people on the
NKTR.
plane were devastated because they were trying to minimize the attack. And they all said it was hit. But we don't think it was really maybe hit that badly. And they were devastated. They put their
HUSA.
lives on the line, and then they have, and I'm not referring to you, but real scum come out and write reports that
VLN.
are as negative as they could possibly be. It should be the opposite. You should make them
HUSA.
heroes and
NVDL.
heroines. You should make them really people that they were so devastated when they heard this news. And you know what they said? One of them, I spoke to one of them, said, "Sir, we
VLN.
hit the site. It was perfect. It was dead on." Because they don't understand fake news, because they have a normal life,
MNTN.
except they have to fly very big, very fast planes. But it's a shame. You should be making them heroes. All right, in the back. Go ahead, back, white, yeah. White jacket, yeah. Go ahead, give him a mic.
POET. NVDL.
Hello.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News.
Good.
Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who
Mark.
is your friend, he called you daddy earlier.
NKTR.
Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionately. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that. But do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own?
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning, and I think they'll be able to. And I think they're going to remember this day. And this was a big day for NATO. You know, this was a very big day. They took it. One of the gentlemen said, you know what? We've been trying to raise money raise the rate for 30 years, he said, 20 years, from almost the beginning.
NKTR.
And he's been there for a long time. He said, until you came along, it never happened. What you did is amazing. It's been sort of an amazing day for a lot of reasons, but also for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think they can do it without you, though, in the future? Can they do it without
Well, ask Mark. I mean, you have to ask Mark, okay? So we're heading back. We're heading back. I want to thank these two gentlemen behind me. They're incredible people, both of them. They've done a fantastic job. And Susie's in the front, and she's done great. And Monica, thank you very much. It was quite an exciting time.
XBI.
And we're going to be heading back. We'll be back soon, and we'll see you in Washington, D.C. Remember this, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
YSG. PLTZ. POET. YSG.
XBIO. GCTK.
IMRX.
GCTK.
IMRX. XBIO.
XBIO.
FDX. XBIO halted. XBIO will resume at 10 hours 53 minutes and 48 seconds.
ULY.
HOLO. MODV. NKTR. MNTN.
VYNA. NKTR.
MODV. NKTR. IMRX.
NKTR. FTRK.
XBIO may resume in less than a minute.
VYNA.
VYNE. HOLO. Live halted. LIVE will resume at 10 hours 57 minutes and 51 seconds. NKTR.
VYNA.
HOLO. XBIO.
XBIO. VYNA.
VYNE.
XBIO.
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 CCCM. CLSK. AAOI. HUSA. HUSA.
EYEN.
VYNE. CCCM.
VYNA.
HUSA. CERO.